roll call. Commissioner Caldwell?
Here.
Commissioner Morocco?
Here.
Commissioner Lang?
Here.
Commissioner Galassi?
Here.
Commissioner McCauley?
Here.
Commissioner Rowe?
Here.
Chair Youssef Zai?
Here. All right, moving on to item C, the salute of the flag. Please, everybody rise. Ready to begin?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item D, approving the order of the agenda.
And I move item L1 after E1 and J2 before J1.
L1 after E1,
Presentation.
right.
Did you say L3? What did you say? L1?
L1, the presentation.
That's the volunteer.
Right.
Okay.
Do you want to move items L in its entirety before the public hearings?
No, just L1, because we have guests in this presentation. This
Correct.
will be a long meeting. And the other one is, I just think we should do the Harper one before the Clark one.
I also think we should move L2.
I think so, L2 as well. Staff presentation, get them out.
Well, it's also.
Right,
Where would you like to move them to?
prior to the public hearings.
Okay.
Would someone like to make a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do we need to repeat the order?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you repeat the order?
Yes, we do item E, and then we move to L1. I didn't know where you wanted to put L2, but it may make some sense before H or something like that, or after H, so that those people can get out there. And then J2 before J1. So it's your request, so where would you like it?
I'm fine moving it after H1.
So we're moving both items, L1 and L2, after H1?
No, L1 would be after E1, and L2 would be after H1.
Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, moving on to item E, blue folder items.
There were 4 blue folder items. They were added and emailed out. I also have some printed copies available. We just need to receive and file those.
I move we receive and file the blue folder items.
Second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And just, you may want to clarify that this all pertains to item J2.
Correct. All blue folder items are in relation to item J2.
Okay. I believe we moved item L1 prior to item F, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
All right. So moving on to item L1, the presentation of volunteer acknowledgement certificates to Carl Leach and Matthew McCauley. Do we have Mr. McCauley and Mr. Leach in the audience? Please come up, guys. We can do one at a time, actually. Would Mr. Leach come up first?
Oh.
Am I pronouncing your name right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So we have a volunteer acknowledgement award. I'll read it out. It's for his volunteer service to the city of Redondo Beach, including countless hours with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy to help beautify and restore Wilderness Park. In addition, he continues to tirelessly organize weekly and monthly volunteer efforts to help maintain the park for the enjoyment of all visitors. Carl was also instrumental in the implementation of the Alta Vista Community Garden, which was greatly appreciated. Mr. Leach, if you would like, we can stand up here. We can present to you a awesome surfboard for volunteer acknowledgement as well as this. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. Everybody like to stand. We can take a picture.
Congratulations. All right.
Let's shake everyone's hand, right?
Might as well. Might as
All
well.
right.
You can go ahead, stand
Stand
here.
right here, Carl.
Get up here, buddy.
We're gonna all
We'll take a picture for you,
we usually get in front, but.
for us as well.
Who's the tall one?
Totally fine.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Thank you so much.
I have to add what Mr. Jim Light had put down on his recommendation for this award. He said that Carl's dedication is contagious and has inspired many others to volunteer regularly. So thumbs up to Carl.
And to Mr. Matthew McCauley for his volunteer service to the residents of Redondo Beach, including the creation and management of the Redondo Sunset Champions League through the Redondo Sunset Little League. Champions is a baseball program that supports and invites children of all abilities to play baseball in a safe and inclusive environment. Over 40 children have participated in the program and have benefited from the well-managed and organized league that celebrates their differences and provides recreation opportunities for all. Mr. McCauley, we also would like to present to you a certificate of appreciation as well as an awesome surfboard.
There you go. Appreciate it. Good job. Get that photo. Come on, let's go.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
One comment just on Hardin Super was the person who recommended this to take place, and Hardin's a upstanding citizen, so we appreciate his recommendation. And the big thing you did was that you coordinated 40 people as volunteers for this effort, so we appreciate it.
Thank you so much to both Mr. Leach and Mr. McCauley. We appreciate you guys.
And we can add that Matthew's going off to college at the University of Florida starting next week. And he's leaving the program in good hands. He's recruited 4 seniors. They're all seniors next year. And they'll be taking over the program, so there'll be no skipping. They're already planning fall games right now, and so it's all going to keep on going.
Excellent.
Good job.
Thank you so much. All right, moving on to item F, the consent calendar. Does any commissioner wish to pull any items from the consent calendar? No?
I'd like to comment on one. I wanted to thank Kelly for putting together the history information inside the report. That's it.
Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second it.
All right. All in favor?
Aye. Do you want any public comment on that first, since we have people in the public here?
For the consent calendar?
Yeah, there are still items that are business.
There are no e-comments for the consent calendar.
All right, moving on to item G. I don't believe we had any excluded consent calendar items. Moving on to item L2.
Oh, I think we're doing H, aren't we? I thought we were doing H first.
No, I thought
Okay.
we moved item L2 before item H, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so moving on to item L2, staff presentation and overview of the city's historic preservation program.
That's coming from here. Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Mark Weiner. I'm the Director of Community Development. I also wanted to introduce Sean O'Rourke, who's in the audience right here. He's our Associate Planner. He's been with the city for about a year, and he's going to be the liaison to this commission moving forward. So tonight I'll be giving an overview on the city's historic preservation program. I know some of the members of this commission are new, and you've had some historic projects come before you, a couple tonight. And I wanted to make sure that the commission was trained and you could ask any questions that we could answer at the end of the presentation. So the historic preservation program really consists of 3 primary documents. One is the city's historic preservation ordinance, which is in the municipal code. And this is the bulk of the program. It includes the procedures for listing a property, for making modifications to that property, for delisting. So that's really the foundation of the program. The city also has a historic context statement, which was prepared in, excuse me, prepared in 1995. And this document provides history on the city, different themes of development of architecture that occurred over the decades. And it's really a guide for when determining whether a property should be historic. It's the reference for that. And then there's the historic preservation plan that was approved in 1998. And that document, it's really kind of in addition to the ordinance. It provides guidelines for making historic modifications to buildings. It provides a little more background and context, kind of like the context statement. So it's just an additional tool or document that's relied on when evaluating these historic properties. And all three of those are posted on the city's website on the community development page. So the municipal code states several purposes for the historic preservation plan program. I'm just going to list a few of the highlighted ones here. These are referenced in the staff reports. But it's to safeguard the city's heritage and protect the city's landmarks, foster neighborhood pride and sense of identity based on appreciation of the city's past developments, to enhance the visual character of the city by preserving diverse architectural styles reflecting the past. And I'm paraphrasing here. And also there's a statement about taking whatever steps are reasonable and necessary to safeguard property rights of the individuals that own these properties. So that's identified as one of the purposes of this program. So I first want to cover the nomination process, and this is per the city's municipal code, per the ordinance. How are properties nominated and placed on the register as a landmark? So that can only be done by the property owner. That's very clear in the ordinance. It requires property owner's consent. The structure needs to be at least 50 years old or older. It can be 30 years old, and there are exceptions, such as if the Amenities Commission determines it's an exceptional building worth deeming historic. It's at risk of demolition. So those are some of the criteria for 30 years. It's primarily 50, and that's based on standards used by the state and National Register as well. And then there's also a process for forming a historic district. And for that, it also requires property owner consent, and only those owners wishing to be in the district to opt into it will be included in that district. So that's the nomination process for making a landmark property or a historic district. So the historic landmark, and the terminology around that is important. We have 154 properties that are landmark currently. Those are ones that the owner applied. They made the request to have it placed on the register. A lot of times they do this because they are seeking a Mills Act contract. And in order to obtain one, you have to be a landmark property. And the Mills Act contract is an agreement with the city that the property owner is going to do maintenance and restoration on the property over time in exchange for a tax reduction, and that's managed through the county assessor. So we also have several Mills Act contracts associated with these landmarking, and it's really the primary incentive to get property owners to landmark their property. And there is criteria for listing as a landmark, and that's provided in our municipal code. And it's stated here in the quotes. It has to provide historical, cultural, aesthetic, or architectural character or value. It's really something, it represents a period of time of architecture, so it needs to be historic, typically 50 years or older, and a value. The criteria is pretty broad for our own local listing, and I think in most cases, the city's been willing to engage so long as the structure is of a certain age and maintains integrity and also has some character to it. So we also have a list of potentially historic properties. These were not designated by the owner. We did a historic resources inventory in 1986 and then one in 1996, and they may have occurred in between then as well. We have 1,024 properties listed on this historic resources inventory. 173 of those are rated A or B. The rest are C or D, or no rating. And this is important because pursuant to the municipal code, if you want to demolish or alter a building that's potentially historic, it requires a certificate of appropriateness from this commission. So it's still treated as a historic property per the code. However, there is some limited ability to impose historic requirements on these properties. One, there's a statute that says that that inventory that we have needs to be updated every 5 years, at least for the purposes of CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, to be considered to create a presumption that the property is historic. And as I noted in the date that was done, 96, so it's about almost been 30 years. Another potential issue with that is it does conflict with the requirements for owner consent in our municipal code. The code has multiple statements about owner consent to be on the historic landmarked, and also protecting property rights. So it's the code's a little vague about what level of historicity these properties are offered, or what level of protection, I should say. However, it does state that in order to demolish it or make alterations, it requires a certificate of appropriateness. So a little bit about the certificate or C of A. As I stated, it's required for all landmark and potentially historic properties. And I did include some criteria here. This is specific to landmark properties, that when the commission is making a decision on the application, these are the criteria that need to be met in order to issue the C of A. One is it conforms to the standards adopted by the commission. That's actually in that historic preservation plan document that I referenced on the first slide, one of the 3 documents. And in that document, there's kind of a separate reference to the Secretary of the Interior standards, which I'll get to in a moment. So it needs to be consistent with that document. Also, it will not adversely impact the resource, and it would retain the essential elements that make the resource significant. So these are guidelines. They're not as clear as a zoning code requirement for a height or a setback. They're standards, and it's subjective, and jurisdictions will apply them differently depending on whatever their threshold is at, and maybe even depending on the property that they're evaluating and its level of historicity. So I've included the Secretary's standards here. There's 10 of them for rehabilitation. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I did highlight the ones in yellow that I think come up the most when you do alterations, and I just want to cover those really quickly. First is number 2. So this really speaks to just keeping the property intact, in particular if it has character defining features like I've seen with properties. And by the way, just a little more background on myself. Prior to joining Redondo Beach, I worked for the city of Carmel by the Sea for 12 years. Got quite a bit of experience working in historic preservation there, and then Laguna Beach as well. I've also been involved in the legal fights that come about due to historic preservation. So this is a topic I have a lot of experience in, and that's kind of where my knowledge base is from. So number 2 speaks to trying to keep those character defining features intact. If it's something that maybe is not so important to the character of the building, there may be some tolerance to remove it. 5 kind of essentially speaks to the same thing about retaining character. 6 is saying that when possible, you should repair rather than replace the material of the building. And this does come up because you'll get, for example, a historic property and maybe they want to replace all the windows or replace all the siding. And in some cases, we may require that they provide like an engineer report or some type of reports that confirms that that part of the building is beyond repair. I've even seen it go as far as essentially the entire building was replaced in kind because it was not salvageable, but still was maintained as historic because all the features of the building, the dimensions of the shingles, of the windows, everything was preserved and matched the original, even though it was all new. And then finally, 9, and this is the one that comes up the most, it's about making modifications to historic properties, and it says it should be differentiated yet compatible with the old. And this is where there's a lot of discretion in terms of how this is applied. And like I've said, I've seen in some cases where jurisdictions will allow more substantial changes and additions to buildings so long as they can be differentiated. I've seen in some cases where there's like less tolerance for this. And these are guidelines, so it's really up to the commission and the city to interpret and how we're going to apply these to properties. I do want to touch on CEQA a little bit, the California Environmental Quality Act. That probably doesn't come up much in the other items that you work with here. The CEQA does provide protection for historic resources. To be considered a historic resource under CEQA, it has to be either eligible or listed for the state or national register. Any other type of historic property is not provided CEQA protection. The state register does provide 4 criteria that are needed to meet the requirements. I've listed those here. Probably, I would say, number 2, associated with lives of persons important in our past, seems to come up in terms of deeming a property historic. And number 3 is the most significant one in that it's been, sorry, let me read it. Usually this is tied to the architect, and if it's a noteworthy architect and a good example of their work, then it's deemed worthy for the state register. So I just wanted to touch on these, and these are kind of really the general criteria, even though we're not evaluating these through a CEQA lens, and we're using the city criteria. I think it's important to keep these in mind, and this will typically come up in professional assessments, these criteria, because typically it is evaluated through a CEQA lens. I do want to note, I thought I had another slide there, but I guess that was it. I do want to note that for number 2, in terms of being associated with lives of people from the past, that's where you would typically rely on that historic context statement document that may identify some people of local or regional importance that are that rise to the level of deeming the property historic because they live there. And same goes for the architecture. So for example, in Redondo Beach, craftsman style is a prevalent historic architecture. And if you get someone that was really prolific in that type that operated locally, and it's a good example of their work, it could maybe qualify under this criteria as well. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of touch on the state criteria and the CEQA requirements. And with that, the recommendation is to receive and file the report, but I am available for questions and about anything I covered or anything in addition to that.
Yes, I have some questions.
Yeah, sure.
So this was a really helpful presentation. I think at the end, I would have liked to have seen a little bit about the process that we go through here in hearing the applicants or seeing the applicants in the agenda and reading the reports. And I think sometimes the staff provides a report and sometimes they don't on the property. So I guess that would be my question, but it's not included in this presentation, but that's on the process.
Okay, so do you mean like so for any project that comes before this commission, there is a staff report. There may be, there are sometimes professional historic reports attached to that, but there should be a staff report. So I'm not familiar of any an instance where one would not have had a staff report.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that said, in terms of the procedure, do you have anything specific in mind that you have questions about?
I was looking for the staff report on both of these projects that we are seeing tonight, and I see a recommendation, but I saw the report provided on by the private firm, but I didn't see like a staff, like a City of Redondo Beach staff.
Yeah, so and it's done a little different than the council meeting. I noticed that because I went through here and I was having difficulty finding it also. For council, the report is PDF'd and then uploaded as one of the attachments. But for example, if you go here, and then this is the report, this part, and you have to click here and it will expand it. It's a little hidden in there. So, but if you're used to looking at council packets, they provide the reports differently. We should probably do that consistently through all the commissions, but that's where it was at.
Okay. Yeah, because we had I understand that when I was appointed to this commission, there was a preservation specialist, essentially. I don't know what her title was. It was before me, but I know she left. And then we got another person and he left. And so I'm just not sure, it was kind of unclear who the point person was and who was the person that was like working on these applications.
Yeah, so we don't have someone that specializes in only historic preservation. Some cities that have far more robust programs may. For here, it falls on the planners who manage the regular caseload. And we did have someone that was here for a number of years, I think over 10, that really taken up historic preservation, and that became her specialty. But moving forward, that's going to be Sean O'Rourke, as I mentioned, and he'll be learning and growing with the commission, and I'll be helping with the training to the extent that I can.
Okay.
I think I can, I think I understand where you're going with your question, Commissioner Lang, because I did serve on the Preservation Commission for 3 years, and Stacy, who was our staff representative, she presented reports in PowerPoint format. So we were receiving much clearer information, and we were getting background on, for example, if somebody of historic importance lived there, we would get a whole bio on that person. So those reports were actually quite helpful. So I think that's where
what I was looking for.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. We were told a couple months ago to come up with some questions for you. So I have a number of questions.
Yeah, sure. Let me say one thing. You can stop the screen share too.
I think the two ones that came up that led to this request for a presentation was subjective decisions versus objective decisions. And what you said tonight was the guidelines are subjective. It seems to me, and maybe my interpretation is wrong, that the only objective decision is whether the property is eligible at 50 years or not. Everything else, from the guidelines to the Department of Interior reports, the CEQA stuff, is all really subjective. And the overlay on the whole thing is because the Mills Act takes away from the city property taxes, then there's a balance, supposed to be like a balance between having too many historic landmarks and not having enough. So am I missing stuff on the subjective, objective information?
Well, I guess starting backwards, the Mills Act is an incentive to landmarking. I don't think the city hasn't capped the numbers. I don't think we're trying to like limit it or balance it out in relation to tax revenue impacts. I would say that you're correct when it comes to making modifications that's subjective. I would also say that listing a property can be subjective also, because it's based on criteria and you have to be able to make those findings. It's based on the information and the evidence and the facts. And I've seen dueling historic preservation reports from professionals will have a completely different take on whether a property is eligible, whether the modifications are appropriate. So it's really, in my opinion, it's all subjective, but with hopefully enough guidance to point the decision makers to down the right path.
Okay. And then we've also, at least for me, it seems that I'm always more proactive. And so do you view our role as being reactive to what you present to us? Or are we proactive in going into the community and promoting historic preservation? Because if you read the old minutes, that's what it seems like the commission was doing.
That's a good question, and I would need to get back to you on that. I need to see, and I don't know if the duties and role changed because this previously was the Heritage Commission, correct? And it got preservation. Sorry, there's another one.
There's a few.
Got merged. So I would need to take a look at that, but I would say the one thing I do know is that your role is to review the applications for listing and delisting and for making modifications and demolitions on an individual project basis. As to whether it goes beyond that in terms of providing policy input to the council or being advocates, that's something I'll look into and get back to the commission on if you're interested in doing that.
Okay. I don't want to hog everything, but you mentioned in slide number 6 that this historic resources survey must be updated every 5 years. Ours is over a quarter of a century old, which means that the properties essentially from the 1950s through the 1970s have the potential of being demolished without any input from our commission. Do you think our preservation statute and policies are being served if our historic resource service is so out of date?
I think it is due for updating, and in fact, the council has funded that. It got put on the back burner a little bit due to some of these other programs, like housing and some of the other things that have been more in the forefront. The policy discussion and on doing this survey is coming back to the city council in the next few months. The council's in the process of updating the city's general plan land use element, and there's policy language in there about historic preservation. And so this presentation tonight and the report was kind of a good primer to that discussion with the city council, but staff will be seeking policy direction from the city council shortly on whether it's going to be primary. I mean, I think the key question is it going to stay primarily voluntary, or is it going to be mandatory or some level of mandatory? Right now, there is some level of mandatory with this historically eligible list, but it's a little vague, and I'm not sure how that's been handled in the past. But I'm bringing this up because just letting the commission know this is it's on the docket soon to get addressed by the city council.
Yeah, because my concern is I have a number of houses in my neighborhood that are from the 50s that are being demolished, and there's no process that seems in place to actually bring it to the attention that they may be potential historic resources. And I know that I wrote to the other Sean and said, okay, we have some 50s homes that are in great conditions that would be great for a historic district. Who's the builder, and give us some background. And haven't heard anything back on that, but I'm concerned that the 50s homes, which are A or B, from what I see, are going to end up getting demolished as well. So what kind of safeguards can we get from the community development department?
Well, right now the code states that it's the owner has to nominate the property. That's explicit in the code. It also states an objective to protect property rights. At the same time, it states objectives to preserve history. I would say beyond the code, which is right now, the way it's framed is as a voluntary program. it would be CEQA, would be the only other protection outside of the code. That said, you would need CEQA would rely, if there was going to be a CEQA case made against a property, it would need to be based on typically a professional opinion, like professional analysis of the property and making a conclusion that it's potentially in violation of CEQA if it were to be demolished. So
we don't even know that that's coming up. That's one of the things. So I know in the plan, the proposal to, here's what we're doing as far as preservation. There's supposed to be like a quarterly newsletter on preservation. And what efforts, I think one of the people today, and I'll ask him when he comes up here, didn't know that they were on that historic resource services survey. How does the members of the public know that they're on the list, and what effort is done by the community development department to notify people, hey, you may be eligible for landmark status. Please, come call on us and we'll explain it to you.
Yeah, I would say the outreach is probably lacking right now in terms of like promoting the program. If somebody wants to check if they're on the list, we have the list posted on the city website. The ones that are on the register that they volunteered to landmark it, they will typically know. The owners know, and it gets carried on to new ownership. It's the ones that were done in this 96 survey that may not have received proper notification at the time and don't know and are unaware that they're on this list of over 1,000 properties. Those, it would be something where as a department, if somebody submits a project, we check the list to see if it's on there, and in particular, if it's A or B, and it's only 100 and something properties, so it doesn't come up too frequently. But when we take this item to the council as a policy discussion, and it's one of the main policy items of the land use plan, we want to land use element, discuss, confer with the council on, we will be seeking guidance on what direction we want to go with the program. I do think there's room for the departments, for the city to do more to market it, in particular the Mills Act program, and make property owners aware of the potential benefits.
Okay. There's also a state historic report called the Certified Local Government Annual Report that includes information about us and what classes we've taken, what courses you've taken. I even think there's a requirement for an annual class that we're all supposed to be getting. I assume this would probably end up qualifying for it. But it was due for the period ending September 30, 2024 in March of 2025. And at the last meeting, I made a request to get a copy of it. I am now under the belief that that has not been, that report has not been completed or submitted to the state.
Yeah, it hasn't been. However, we have reached out to the state. It's not, we're not we're not going to potentially lose our certification status due to it. But it is something we intend to get back on track with submitting the reports to the state. And it was something that's, that former planner was handling for, the years that she was here, and it kind of has been sidelined a bit over the past year.
Do you anticipate it'll be filed this summer?
It may. I'll have to check. So Sean's out right now, but I'll check with him when he gets back. I know he was working on it, but we are a little tardy on that report.
Okay.
It doesn't have the same. So for example, we have to prepare a housing report and provide that to the state every year. And that carries a lot of teeth with it. The historic, while it's a requirement for the certification, you're supposed to continue to provide it. The consequences of not are not so dire. And really it's, because I've prepared them before, it lists whatever training the commission was offered, participated in. And I think we also list how many properties were listed, and it's actually a fairly simple report. So I do plan on connecting with Sean on that. And I know I saw your emails, and I know that he's working on it, but just hasn't got to it. But at least he knows that we're not in jeopardy of having our certification revoked.
Okay. The LA Conservancy, you're familiar, they have a grading scale?
I've a little bit.
Well, you may want to go on their website and look at Redondo. There are some holes in how they grade it. I mean, we did get an A- in the last one, but they're updating it now. And there are some holes where we get big zeros on it. And it seems to imply that you don't always necessarily need an owner consent to do that. So I assume to get on the historical landmark stuff. So I'm just mentioning it's out there. Also, on the city website, there's a list of landmarks that have been approved. But there's a thing called historical overlay zone, and it's in the ordinance. What exactly is the overlay zone, and why hasn't it's only been used once, and that was for the landmark number 2.
I'll have to look into that and get back to you. I haven't, I think there was some intent behind it. I'd have to look at the history of that, how it was intended to be used, and maybe why a decision was made that it wasn't not really applicable. So that one I'll have to get back to you and the commission on, but I'd be happy to report back on it.
Okay, and this one's more to the chair. Have you signed any resolution since you've been chair that adopted the landmark stuff? Because I don't see it on the city's website, so I don't know where that is.
I don't believe so, no. No.
Do you know why that hasn't happened, Mr. Weiner?
You'll have to look into that. It gets processed. It's not just through our department. It goes through the city clerk's office too. And I know there has been a backlog on a few things there over the past several months.
Commissioner Lang asked a question about process.
Mm-hmm.
So how long does it typically take from the time that this commission approves a resolution to the time of, like a Mills Act contract is approved by the city council?
I mean, I could just give from my experience since I've been here. I think there's been maybe 3 that have been processed. I would say within a matter of about 2 months, typically would be the average. And then after the council approves the agreements, it doesn't go into effect until the next calendar year. It has to be recorded with the county, and then, so say if the council approves it in the summer, there's a lag where it would not go into effect until January.
Okay. Post landmark inspections, it's in the contract. Have they ever been done in the city?
I can only speak for the time that I've been here, not that I'm aware of. I do think, and this is something I intend to take a look at, with the Mills Act agreements, we've had that program in the last 2 cities I was at, and usually it requires that the owner provide a maintenance repair program, like list of things they're going to do, that there's some mechanism for reporting and following up on that. To my knowledge, it's a little more relaxed here historically.
Okay, and I just have a couple more questions. So again, we're dealing with process. So the process of getting listed on the historic resource list, it seems like that's just somebody driving by and saying, oh, that house looks old, and there's really no property restrictions other than coming in if you want to demolish it. Is that a true statement?
That's correct. It was a kind of a windshield survey is the way it's explained in the documents. And it was a historic preservation professional driving through town and flagging sites and doing very thin statements on why they could potentially be historic.
Okay. And then if they want to become a landmark property, they apply as the owner to become a landmark property, and there are significant restrictions on remodeling under the Mills Act contract?
So once it becomes landmark, any modifications they would have to do would comply with the secretary's standards. So there's guidelines around that. In terms of the Mills Act contract, I would need to go through and look at the fine print in ours. Usually it allows for it usually allows for modifications, but they have to be consistent with the Secretary's standards. It doesn't freeze the building as is.
Okay, and then if a landmark property becomes part of the historic district, are there additional restrictions on that property?
No, it's a similar process to being a landmark property where it's treated as historic and it would need a certificate of appropriateness for any alterations or demolition.
So there's no difference between, other than it's a group of homes as part of it?
That's correct, and I would need, I can do a little research on other additional distinctions between the districts versus individual properties. I think the intent is that it becomes known as more of a cluster of historic homes, historic properties, as opposed to just one-offs throughout the city.
Okay.
What constitutes a district, a historic district?
Well, it's defined in the code, and it's when you have a collection of property owners within the same area that volunteer to be within the district. And that's how the boundaries of the district are determined.
And then I think my last question on this one is, in December, we voted to consider having Wilderness Park as a historic landmark. It's a city-owned property, so the city is the one who's the owner that needs to do it. Is there any reason that hasn't come back to our agenda?
Well, staff hasn't received direction from the city council, and I don't know if that was communicated to the council, but staff has not received direction to pursue that for a city property.
Well, isn't the council the one who ultimately approves it? So it needs to go through us first and then goes to the council?
The council would provide direction on whether we would undertake that process.
Okay.
The commissions typically would not create assignments, projects, or send staff in a certain policy direction on something. You can make recommendations to the council. Typically, the liaison would forward those recommendations to the council, like if it's the planning commission, which is the commission I work with. But then any further action would be directed by the council, since they should be receiving the recommendation. And there's different ways you can provide that to the council. I don't know if in this case, maybe if it made it on the strategic plan when they meet annually. I know that's how we relayed the planning commission recommendations to the council. But if that message wasn't carried through the council, we can ensure that it is. And I don't know if maybe Dana could speak to that, but.
So we can't make the recommendation? I mean.
You can make
agenda, like we have to.
We did vote to agendize it back in December. It has never come back to us for having the discussion. That's why I'm asking the question.
Perhaps we can discuss it during member items from staff.
You're going to stick around for that?
Yes, I will be here
Okay.
for the whole meeting.
Oh, and I do have one other thing. This is for you. It's great for preservation, and it's one of the best books written on the subject. And it's under $10, including tax.
I love it. I love it.
Actually, I love this book. I had it as a kid and used to read it to my kids.
There you go.
Anybody else have any items for item L2?
I do.
Okay.
So we have an ordinance and we have the plan. So the ordinance is what we must do, right? And then the plan
Yes.
are the tasks that the Preservation Commission should be doing, the city should be doing. How do you define what the plan is?
It's really a guide in addition to the ordinance. I would say it has less teeth. The ordinance is it's a local law that was passed by a legislative body. with the plan, and I'm bringing it up as we're speaking, it's really meant to kind of fill in the blanks, some of the things that the ordinance doesn't cover. And it's a document that could be a little more flexible in terms of how it's applied and even making amendments to it.
I actually went back and read this with a fine-tooth comb. I had read it 3.5 years ago when I was first on the Preservation Commission, and now that I have a lot more experience with it, it was quite meaningful to go back and actually read point by point. Some of the questions that Commissioner Morocco had posed are actually answered within that plan. So for example, what are we doing as far as communication with with our community? And those are answered, those questions are answered. There are recommendations made within the plan. 2.1.2, sending letters annually to owners of landmark eligible properties, holding workshops to assist property owners in designating their landmark eligible properties, notifying adjacent properties with potentially significant resources that if altered or removed may have potentially adverse effect on the designated landmark, holding neighborhood workshops to discuss the benefits of historic district designation. That's 2.1.2. And then all the way at the end in point 7, where is it? There it is. Developing a strong and unified presence for the preservation of Redondo Beach's heritage within the community. And 8.0 as well, marketing Redondo Beach. Developing a cohesive marketing program to promote Redondo Beach as a historic community to visitors, as well as new and potentially new businesses and residents, and then all the subpoints to that. And I just want to say that Commissioner Morocco, you've been doing a fabulous job, with all of your research and identifying of, potentially historic people. And so we appreciate the work. And if we haven't said it often enough, we do appreciate the work that you've been doing, and I want to recognize that. We have the Olympics in 2028, and how will Redondo Beach position? How will we position ourselves? How will people coming to our community know who we are historically? What are we doing in that sense, right? So we're developing the markers, which people will be able to read a little bit about our history. But we could be doing more in terms of having information available on our website, sending information out to people regarding preservation. I don't think that enough is being done in that respect. As a matter of fact, people don't know how to have their house designated or what it's about. People are afraid of it. And that shouldn't be the case, right? This is an opportunity for us. I was born in Italy. It's a country where we have things that are thousands of years old, right? So for me, preservation is it's a no-brainer, right? It's not a couple of 100 years old, it's thousands of years old. So my question is this something that we as a commission, if we're not like doing other things, should we be working on putting together a plan for, can we help you in doing that job? Or is this something that the city must be doing?
So the document, that plan is an advisory document. It's not necessarily a mandate. I think if the commission is interested in helping with some of these efforts and promoting it, that's been my experience. I've worked with 2 other historic commissions, and they did kind of a bit of an activist role where they went out and would, do like they connected with the newspaper and have like a feature on one of the properties and would give the background on it and would do events and things like that. So if that's something the commission is interested in doing, I can definitely look into that. I think we could use the help, and it would help to probably have some of the the energy to come from that also. That is something.
I have a question about that. You know, that might be a good idea for establishing a subcommittee in terms of historic outreach. You know, perhaps that can be, you know, satisfied by creating a subcommittee.
Yeah, because I'm not looking to put additional work on the city. We as a body, we're wanting to help. We're here wanting to help and to be able to do things that have teeth, right, and matter, not just to, you know, be rubber stamping our minutes every week, every month. So if this is something that we could be working on so that the community has more information, let us help with that, you know, and you have a great idea there. So that's that. Training, Commissioner Morocco, is in 5.11 in the plan. So that's something that's another thing. We would love to have some training, right? That's something that should have happened back in October, I think, as we were coming together as a new commission. That would have been a good thing to do. Historic overlay and review of unsurveyed properties that are 50 years and older. That's item 3.11 in this plan.
Where's that plan?
It's the preservation plan that was part of the documents that were presented.
Okay.
So I guess my question is, there's an opportunity to review demolition of unsurveyed properties. So unsurveyed properties, I'm assuming unsurveyed properties means ones that are not on the list of potential resources, historic resources. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have an opportunity to prevent the demolition of homes that are 50 years of age and older. And it doesn't say anything about 50 years starting 1986 when that original survey was created. It says 50 years of age and older, but that's something that I imagine has to happen at planning and zoning, or I'm not sure. That's my question.
The survey?
So if a home is to be demolished, so for example, there are a number of homes in my own neighborhood. I live in, you know, I would call it Central Redondo, even though it's North Redondo. Cute little bungalows, and they're being torn down, right? So is somebody reviewing these and saying, okay, this could be a potential historic resource, even though they're not on the list of historic resources, because that happened in 1986. And so we're not catching those houses built in the 70s or the 50s, right, or the 60s, you know, those mid-century modern type homes. You know, we could be missing something very valuable. And is anybody evaluating that? That's on the plan here.
So it's not part of our process when it comes to how we process applications, entitlements. We follow what the code procedures are for that. That is something that I intend to raise with the council. Like, what's the policy direction and the process moving forward? Because that's going more in the direction of a mandatory program versus voluntary, which is where it's at now. Mm-hmm. And I understand the desire to preserve properties, these older buildings. But also I've seen the flip side of that, where it impacts the individuals that live in those and becomes a challenging situation for the city and city councils. So they have to be, you know, willing to take that on, because locking a structure in and saying that you're tied to this structure for life, that can it can devalue a property. It can impact especially if it's a smaller building. So however the city decides to go about this, I think we have to be very thoughtful and cautious about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the balancing,
Yeah,
though.
we did just hear a home that did a significant remodel and added 1,700 square feet to their historical home. So that's also an option that we've seen.
Yeah, so there's still room for modifications, and I think we could do more to educate that. And I think that's why some cities, when I was going through the Secretary's standards, I spoke about how it's really up to some of it's interpreted by the cities as subjective, and some would have programs will take a more relaxed stance on that because they don't want to scare people away from being on the historic program. They want to be inviting, and especially if it's a incentive-based program, so they'll purposely allow more tolerance for some additions and modifications because they don't want it to be a penalty. They want people to voluntarily put their properties on because they're going to be able to make some modifications and make it more livable.
And that Mills Act, what people don't really understand is that when you have your home designated, right, you can then apply to have a Mills Act contract, which reduces your taxes significantly in the way that you're going to put that money into fixing your home. That's what you're supposed to be doing. That's the point. I had another question, one more question. What was it? Oh, yes. This has come up several times in the past when I was on the Preservation Commission. What happens, what is the remedy for a property, whether it be a home or a commercial property or something else, because a sign and a tree and other things can be deemed, historic, a historic resource or a historic landmark. What is the remedy for a property having undertaken work that hasn't come before this body? I had asked Stacy this same question because this actually did happen with a property, a commercial property that had done work and then had come to this commission for approvals. And the work did not conform, was not, they didn't do the work in a manner that, was required by the standards, right, that we have to adhere to. And there is no penalty that I'm aware of within the city for having done that. And so how do we prevent things like that from happening? Because then, anybody can do what they want to do. And then go, oh, well, sorry.
So it is addressed in the municipal code under 10-4.802. It's in the historic chapter penalties, and it says it can be deemed a misdemeanor. That said, as to the level that it's been enforced historically, I don't know. It hasn't come up in the little over a year that I've been here. But it's probably more of a matter of enforcement. I think we have the tools in the code that give the city the authority.
So there is something, there is a penalty.
There is.
There is.
It's for that historic preservation chapter, it's at the very end of that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And it sounds like maybe there's been one that's come up, it's been egregious in the past. Is that what or has been an issue?
It's been more than a couple of times. The one that sticks out the most was a commercial property, but there have been other examples of homes that are either on the Register of Historic Resources or a house that has been landmarked, designated landmark, that have proceeded with work without having first come to this body.
Okay, well,
sometimes there was one occasion where we actually had to have somebody remove something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it would be within the city's purview to require that.
Mm-hmm.
But this is helpful information, and I'm glad that we're having this discussion and educational opportunity tonight. I really got up to speed just the past few months, because I've only been here about a year, on the program and preparation in terms of sorting it out, and there's various documents, and so I look forward to working with this commission moving forward. And I think it's important to really market the program. We have We definitely get people applying for the Mills Act contract and voluntarily listing their property. I think if we did outreach, that would go up quite a bit. And then we're going to have the policy discussion with the city council, and I think that's going to help provide direction on at least the process for deeming properties historic.
I think we as a body would like to, be informed when things go to the council level, that relate to what we do here. It would be important for us because we don't always read the council agendas. I know I don't read every single one every single week. So, but if there's something that, we would like to be able to comment on or to speak on during our meetings and maybe, give some advice going forward for the councils. That's what we're here for. That's what we do.
So yeah, I'll be available to work with the commission on that. I plan on attending more of these as historic preservation matters are coming up, and I will look into the recommendation to list the nature park as a historic landmark. Were you thinking like on the state register, or was it just the local landmark?
Or
For the the wilderness park.
oh,
I meant to say.
to start with the state register, and then because that's a requirement anyway to get on the national register.
Okay.
Actually, I do have one last question also. This is a hot topic, I think. In your experience, do landmark homes increase property values, decrease property values, or have no impact whatsoever on the value?
I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all answer to that. It really just depends on the circumstances. I've seen where it's like a really decent-sized, really good resource, by a noteworthy architect, and the value is going to be high. I've also seen situations where it's kind of a small cottage and it's at the back of the property, and it's really hard to add anything to it, and anything you do is not going to be subordinate because the building is small, and it's going to limit the ability to develop that lot, and it could impact it negatively. So I think it really varies. I don't know like which way it trends. I couldn't really answer that based on evidence.
Any other questions on item L2?
I just had a brief comment. I don't have any questions, but I did want to say that I appreciate staff's willingness to work on these issues, despite the fact that perhaps there's no area of expertise in this realm or in preservation specifically. I do have some thoughts about perhaps how the city can find resources. I know you're stretched thin. I think you're hearing a lot of great questions, and I think that there's a lot to learn. I happen to have sat on the Preservation Commission for some time, and I will say that I feel confident in what I've learned over that period, but I did find myself relying on not just Redondo Beach staff, but an expert or a person that really dove into each item and worked with the community to help promote preservation. And it allowed us to vet those issues each time, and I think make sound decisions. And so I would like to reach out to staff and maybe discuss some thoughts on that. So
yeah, I think that would be a good idea. And you'd have to agendize it, but if the commission wants to appoint a subcommittee to work with staff, and I do think there are ways we can kind of demystify it and promote it. For example, we could highlight some of the projects that have come through, like that recent one that was allowed a sizable addition, and just show that, yeah, if your building's historic, the city will work with you. You are able to make modifications to it, and even like look for data on how it impacts value, and hopefully it's positive. So I think that if we could broadcast that would be really helpful in terms of reducing some of the anxiety about becoming historic.
Yeah. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing the conversation.
Of course. If there's no further questions, could we make a motion to receive and file the staff presentation?
Motion to receive and file. Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Did you want public comment on that?
Do we have public comment? Do we need to have public comment on it?
There are no public comments for this item.
Okay, moving on to item H, public participation on non-agenda items, H1. Do you have any comments, emails received from the public?
We do, but they're all regarding the upcoming hearings.
Any members in the audience wish to speak on non-agendized items? No? Okay. Moving on to item I, ex parte communication. Anybody wish to disclose any ex parte communication? No.
Yeah, and this is going to affect item J with the public hearings, so I might as well share it now. I did have discussions with Commissioner Lang about one of the items on J, in item J, and I think one of the property owners I spoke to before our agenda was published about their home. So that's my communication.
Okay. All right, moving on to item J, the public hearings. Did we make the motion to reorder J2 and J1?
Yeah, that was part of the original motion.
Okay, so we'll move on to item J2, a public hearing considering a CEQA exemption declaration and certificate of appropriateness application for the demolition of a potentially historic single-family residential structure and separate consideration of removal from the potential historic resource list at 1224 Harper Avenue pursuant to Chapter 4, Title 10 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code. Can we make a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion to open.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead and start? Okay. You have to turn it on. Okay, we got it.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Gang. I'll be presenting this item tonight at 1224 Harper Avenue. The applicant is requesting approval to demolish an existing single-family residential structure and as a separate action, remove the property at 1224 Harper Avenue from the City of Redondo Beach Potential Historic Resource Survey Inventory List. The property is currently designated as potentially historic and has been thoroughly evaluated and found not to meet the eligibility criteria for historic designation. Two separate resolutions have been prepared, one to remove the property from the list, and if that request is denied, then a separate request for a certificate of appropriateness for demolition. 1224 Harper Avenue is located in the Redondo Villa Tract, which was subdivided originally in 1905 by George Peck. It sits mid-block on a 7,500 square foot lot and contains a two-story wood frame single-family home that was built in 1914. Initially classified as a craftsman bungalow in a 1996 historic resource survey, a 2025 Chronicle Heritage Analysis determines that it lacks significant craftsman features due to extensive alterations. The property also has no notable association with historic persons, events, or agricultural history, and the surrounding development has been replaced much of the original modest single-family context with modern multifamily structures, further diminishing its historical setting. As mentioned previously, the property has had extensive alterations since the 1970s. Alterations include horizontal clapboard siding, replacement of non-original windows, modified openings, alterations to a porch, a detached shed with a gambrel roof. A second floor balcony was also installed in the 1980s, and sometime in the 80s, a guest house at the rear was also removed entirely. The guest house you can see in the top right photo, that's no longer there. The four photos on the left are as the house sits today, and the top right photo was the house in the 80s. After they added the deck, you can see that the chimney was also been recladded with non-original brick. The Historic Resource Assessment Report for 122 Harper Avenue concludes that the property should be removed from the city's list of historic properties due to extensive alterations that have ultimately destroyed its historical integrity. Most original windows were replaced. The entry porch was modified with a larger second-story deck, and new siding was added, and the secondary structure was also demolished. The property also no longer meets design, material, workmanship, or feeling requirements for historic designation, nor does it meet the eligibility criteria for federal, state, or local registers. It lacks associations with the significant persons, distinctive architecture, a master builder, and is outside of any historic district. The earlier B rankings, as mentioned, in 1986 and 1995 were based on limited surveys and should be superseded by the current in-depth evaluation by Chronicle Heritage. Related to the second resolution, the proposal also meets the criteria for a certificate of appropriateness for demolition. The project meets criterias C and E. A, B, and D are not applicable. This project meets these criteria because significant alterations have removed the building's historic integrity for C, and relocation would not serve any preservation purpose. For criterion E, it has been determined that such action will not result in the loss of essential elements that make the resource significant. The property's architectural integrity has been heavily compromised by alterations and demolitions, and as such no longer meets local, state, and national historic designation criteria. Demolition of the structure would not remove any significant architectural or historical features to this site and the surrounding area. Tonight, the Public Amenities Commission is considering two exclusive actions for this property at 1224 Harper Avenue. The first action is to formally remove the historic resource designation based on comprehensive evidence provided by the June 2025 Chronicle Heritage Resource Assessment Report, demonstrating that the property lacks historic significance and integrity. If the Commission approves this resolution, no further action is required. If the Commission decides to deny the delisting, then it must consider the second resolution for issuance of a certificate of occupancy to demolish the home at 1224 Harper based on the criteria subject to the Redondo Beach Municipal Code. This concludes staff presentation for this item. The applicants and the property owner are available for any questions, and so is staff.
Would we like to begin with questions to staff?
I just want to ask the staff, who actually owns the property? Because the applicant is different than the person whose name of the family trust that's there, and that same applicant is the one who actually commissioned the report. So, and there's a third signature for somebody in Canoga Park. So who actually owns the property right now?
Let me check.
It's actually an escrow. It's a contingency.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine. We don't know that yet.
Good evening, Carrie Chastain with Chronicle Heritage. The Drake family currently owns the property. It's up for sale. Michael Kyatt, who is the applicant listed on the application, is
Can
the...
you speak up?
Sure. The Drake family is the current owner. They are trying to sell the property. Michael Kyatt, who is the applicant noted on your application for review, is the buyer. And I believe the Canoga Park person is the trustee of the estate who has the authority to sign the affidavit.
Okay, so you're Carrie Chastain?
Correct.
The one who prepared, okay.
Mhm.
That's my preliminary question. So do you want her to start or?
I'm here at your pleasure.
I have a question for staff before we begin. Sorry. I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding something. So if we do not move to take the home off of the potential historic resource list, then they're asking for a certificate of appropriateness for demolition?
Correct.
That's what I don't understand. So if we say no, the house needs to stay on the historic resource list, then it cannot be demolished. So that doesn't make any sense.
The applicant may still request a demolition even if it's on the list. So then you're essentially considering a second action based on the criteria that was presented to demolish, based on the criterias A through E on whether or not it should be demolished.
So I can address the question. So the code provides two separate processes, one for removal from the potentially historic list, and that's separate from demolition. Somebody could just come in and apply for that. In this case, they applied to do that, but then they also applied to demolish the building. If the commission decides to remove it from the list, it's no longer on the list and does not need a certificate of appropriateness to demolish.
Still confused. It still doesn't make sense to me, but
Right.
I don't know if anybody else
No,
has that
it's
same
also
question.
It's also unclear to me. So basically you would have to deny both of these things, but the recommendation is if you don't take it off the historic resources list to then approve the demolition. That's what the recommendation is from the staff.
That's correct. However, both resolutions are discretionary, so you're not required to approve the second one if you do not approve the first. The commission could potentially deny both. But if you approve the first one, it's no longer on the historic list, the potentially historic list, then the would not need a certificate of appropriateness to demolish it. That only applies to properties that are on the list. Why you would go through the process of demolishing it versus it really should be a two-step process. And the way we've laid it out here, the code's not set up that way. But so it's basically two different actions that are being presented to the commission because those were the request of the applicant, and they're separated in the municipal code.
Is everybody here clear on the question that they're asking? They're providing us very specific criteria to remove it. Mm-hmm. And the staff recommendation is to remove it because it fails, because of the criteria to remove it, they have found that there's cause to remove it. And if we don't choose to remove it based off of the criteria, then the second alternative that they're seeking is to demo the house. And again, there are specific criteria, and they're saying that if you find, for whatever reason, that it doesn't meet the first resolution, then you can do the second. We also have the choice of denying both resolutions, and nobody would make a motion. And I would say that I think it's, and I feel horrible, it's upon staff to be able to answer everybody. I mean, we're making decisions about authorizing or allowing the demolition of a building, a residential building.
Right.
And through the questions that were being asked earlier, and I think to give Redondo Beach staff credit, I think this concern was raised when they merged all of these commissions, because everybody has different areas of expertise. And if you think of all of the commissions that have been merged, we're merging a lot of different areas of knowledge. I won't say expertise, but we're merging all of these different things. And I think that Redondo Beach staff raised this concern. And I think that there was a discussion, and I think that there were high hopes that merging the commissions could provide fewer commissions, perhaps reduce costs. And we're running into an area where you have a commission here that is begging for knowledge and wants to do the right thing. And I think that needs to be highlighted here. But I'm bringing this up because these decisions do matter. And so this is not a lot of times I listen and I know that staff is under a lot of pressure, but this is an area where I would urge questions because the decisions that we're about to make matter.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think we're all on the same page with those comments.
Right.
Any additional questions for staff?
Person who wrote the report.
I have a question. I'm unclear as to when the alterations were made. I think, so the house was put on the historic register resources, list of resources, whatever it's called. I don't even know what it's called anymore. In 1986, correct?
Yes.
So
From a drive-by survey.
from a drive-by
It was
survey.
1999, it was the second.
But it was two different
survey.
times, right?
There's a second survey. The first survey was down in the original town site. The second survey focused on North Redondo. So
Okay.
it's a second
So in
survey.
1986, that's when the home, that particular home, was put on the list.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So all these alterations that were done to the house were prior to the house being put on the list, correct?
That's correct.
I think the person who wrote the report probably can address best, because she supposedly analyzed all that stuff and answer those kind of questions.
But she was hired.
I know, but she's professional, so I think she should have.
I mean, they have a financial incentive as well to, right? I mean, they have a financial incentive to,
Well, that's something you
create
can
a
find out
report.
from asking her the questions.
okay.
But I think she can at least answer, because in the report, there's actually discussion about that. And so she was the one who wrote the report. She should be able to address the points on it.
We're going to go to the public in a minute. I just want to make sure if we have any more questions directed to staff at this time. No? Thank you so much. We can move to any members in the audience that wish to speak on this.
And the podium does raise if you want to, there's a button on the side, so you can get the microphone closer to you.
Do we need to make a motion to open the public hearing?
We made a motion to open the public hearing.
Yeah, I think we did.
Just a reminder that from members of the public, limited to one time speaking and 3-minute maximum. We're going to try to keep the timer going here, since while we have the visual upstairs, we can't display it. So we will try to keep track of time, and of course you have the option to extend time as needed. But just a little reminder about timekeeping. Thank you. Please.
Go. Carrie Chastain, Chronicle Heritage. I'm a senior architectural historian. I meet the professional qualification standards for a historian and an architectural historian, and I have more than 23 years of experience. To answer Commissioner Lang's question, yes, I am being paid, but my role is to be an objective third-party peer reviewer. I don't live in Redondo Beach. My opinion is my opinion. You can take it as you wish. To answer the other question, the permits for the second-story front porch addition and the new siding were issued in 2000, which was after the 1995 survey of this area. So they were issued after the property was flagged as a potential historical resource. So while the building does date to the early history of Redondo Beach, it has been substantially altered over the course of time. Those alterations include the front and rear porches, the windows, and more importantly, the window openings. The secondary entrances on the side are no longer there. The chimney has been altered, the demolition of the secondary residence. In my professional opinion, these alterations are not reversible. The integrity of the building has been severely compromised, and it no longer reflects the early history of Redondo Beach. During the course of my research, I did not find any association with significant events. And let me go back to alterations. Because the building has been altered, it no longer retains character-defining features of the early period of development for the property, but it's because of the alterations, it also no longer reflects the craftsman style of architecture. It no longer reflects any style of architecture. So I don't want to take up all your time, but I'm more than happy to answer questions.
I have a question. So you said the the porches were permitted in the 2000s? Was that when the work was done as well?
Yes. In the staff presentation, there's a photo, there are before and after photos, but thank you, Stephen. The photo in the upper right is just after the permitted work was done. So you can see the porch, both on the ground floor and the upper floor. Those are permitted in the early 2000s. The chimney, as you see in that photo, is clad in brick, but it's actually been boxed in new siding, presumably resulting from earthquake damage. The photo in the bottom right is what it looked like when the family bought the house in the 1970s. They've owned it for over 50 years. So as you can see in the photo on the bottom right, the wood windows kind of wrap around the corner. That's not there anymore. That porch has been enclosed. It's got a new door. On the inside, there's a sleeping porch that's been created. The windows on the upper floor that you see there have been converted to doorways to access what is now a balcony. The windows on let's call it the north side, which is to the right, those have also been altered and changed. Arguably, the metal on canopy for the porch shelter is gone, not necessarily a bad thing. Sorry. And then the photos on the left, you can see with the current condition, again, the siding's new, the windows have been changed, the window openings have been changed. These are all significant alterations in the lexicon of historic preservation.
Okay, so I have a question. So if in 1995 it was placed on the historic resources list and this change was done in the 2000s, and that means it would have had to go through the Preservation Commission for these alterations?
That would be a question for staff. I'm not sure when the preservation ordinance was passed. It may be that your ordinance was passed after the permits were
1990.
executed.
Okay.
But sometimes proposed alterations to buildings are approved at the staff level and they don't go to the commission. Major projects are typically reviewed and approved by a commission. So it may be that it was a staff level decision and that's why it wasn't publicly vetted through a public hearing.
Or maybe they approved the addition of the porch?
I wasn't involved.
Okay.
I don't want to conjecture.
May I?
Oh.
Yep. Okay, on page 32 of your report, you say, due to the scarcity of public records, a comprehensive ownership history could not be compiled.
Correct.
Do you know any of the prior owners' names?
The family gave us, they indicated a woman owned the property. There was a single owner, but I was not able to verify it. And because I couldn't verify it, I didn't include it. And the only permits the city had when I did a public record request were the permits from 2000 for the porch alterations.
So did you review any new other sources like the census report?
We
like
looked at
Ancestry, like?
Yeah, we look at ancestry.com. So you can search by the address. So that will give you census records. Sometimes city directories are online. Sometimes you can access city directories elsewhere. We do searches in newspapers.com, which is a compendium of a variety of newspapers. University of California, Riverside has a variety of smaller community newspapers. I don't remember off the top of my head if Redondo Beach's newspapers on there, but we do make a good faith effort to identify if there's an association with a significant person. But I would also argue that the building has been so altered, even if it had an association with a significant person, it wouldn't convey that association.
Do you know how many buildings are older than this one in North Redondo Beach?
I do not know.
This is the number 4 oldest building. It's over 100 years old. The person who owned the home before the Drake family got it was someone named Ellen Miller. She is a longtime resident of the area. She lived in Hermosa Beach. Her family, the Fianos, they lived there as well. Her son served in the military. There's a number of boarders that live there. And this is all public information that could be gleaned from newspapers, from census reports. I think you're incomplete on it. And what really concerns me is, so this building has survived World War I, an annexation, which is the reason you don't have all the records in there, World War II, a major earthquake in 1933, and it's still standing to talk about it. The person who lived there before the Drakes actually operated a roofing company that was based out of that house. So I'm concerned that you actually haven't done enough effort to figure out the significance of the persons. Prior to the annexation of the property into Redondo Beach in 1927, 28, this was a mishmash. And if you look at the directories, you will see this has both been in Hermosa Beach and in Redondo Beach. And this family has the Miller family and her parents have strong ties into Hermosa Beach. I don't know if you've ever heard of a guy named Warren Miller. Mm-hmm. He's historically significant. Budell, who's the son, Miller, went to Redondo High School, served in World War II ended up being a staff sergeant. He served a number of years over there. So there are historically significant people, and this report doesn't explore that at all. So I'm having difficulty when I'm dealing with, and there's only 4 older buildings, and if you look at the whole city of Redondo Beach, there are probably 24 properties that are built in 1914 or before. But this is a Hermosa Beach preservation issue as well, because they used Hermosa Beach's address. And I believe if you dig deep enough, you'll find out that the sewer hookup is actually in the Hermosa Beach city. So I am concerned that the report is deficient in the ownership interest as far as presenting it to us in a way that we can actually make an objective decision if there's historical significance to it. The report doesn't mention oil. Oil was a significant thing. And for those of the commissioners who actually looked at the other property on Clark Street, they're very close together. So you have some aerial shots of the area in 1938 that kind of sets out why this is probably more connected to Hermosa Beach than it is with Redondo Beach. So I'm concerned that you didn't do sufficient enough research to come up with the reasons for it.
If I may, I appreciate your passion for the history of Redondo Beach, and I'd be more than happy to update the report to include that additional information. However, my evaluation will still say the building has been substantially altered in 2000, and the building doesn't convey an association with that important history to Redondo Beach.
Do we have any other questions?
I have a question so the siding and the chimney were altered in 2000.
Correct.
When were the windows changed?
According to the Drake family, the photo on the lower right is when they first acquired the property in the 70s, and that's when they began the window changes, presumably without permits.
So they changed the windows. Which windows? How many? I imagine that they didn't change the upstairs windows to doors until that porch was created, correct?
Correct. I don't have a distinct timeline for construction history for the window changes. These photos, let's call it the south side. There is one original wood casement window that remains, and almost all of the rest of them have been changed out to aluminum windows or vinyl.
Okay, so we don't know the timeline of the windows, some of the windows. We do know the ones upstairs are clearly were done in the 2000s when that porch was installed. The other ones, we have no idea, and
there were at least
there were no permits
70,
pulled for it as well.
I'm sorry.
So, and there were no permits.
The scope of work in the 2000 permit's not that detailed. I assume several of the windows were changed at that time because they changed the siding to accommodate the window conversion to the doors.
Would that be in the permit? Would that be detailed in the permit?
It's
What
not.
work was done?
There is a scope of work, but it's not that detailed.
Any other questions?
No.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have any other speakers on?
Hello. Thank you for your time. My name is David Drake. I'm one of the sons in the trust. My family's been living there since 1972. My brothers and I all went to local high schools. In January, when my father passed away, his wish was to pass this house on to us and to the four boys, and that would be our inheritance. Most of my parents' assets were in that house. That was their primary. They would get a little bit of money. They would fix the house up little by little. They put a lot of time and money. There's a lot of problems with the house when we first moved in there. It was, you can't really see it, but all the siding was texture coated, which is like a rubberized material you can't do anything with it. They had to replace it. You can't sand it, you can't scrape it. The whole house was covered in texture coat, so they made the decision to change it out while they were changing the front porch. I don't know the timelines as far as exactly. I was just a young kid at the time. A lot of this, wasn't really paying attention. But there were a lot of problems with the house, and there still are. Like the north side of the house is 8 inches lower than the south side of the house. I don't know if you got pictures of it. I submitted some of the foundation is cracking. It's crumbling just by hand. Yeah, there's a picture right there. I mean, you just kick it and the plaster. So I go through a list of foundations crumbling. The house slopes to 8 inches. There's like multiple layers of wallpaper on the inside. I'm sure it doesn't meet any earthquake standards. The floorboards are pulling apart from the sinking of the house. Let's see, things that we did. We removed the side porch to make room for more room in the master bathroom. That door was omitted. Removed the center fireplace. I think it was already removed when we were moved in. There was a chamber where the chimney went through the center of the house. And then later, about the same time as that porch was built, the front, we put the chimney on there. We built the chimney on the north side of the house. It used to be in the center of the house. So it was to one side. That was never there. You can see it in the pictures. One of the pictures I submitted.
That's time, so if you want to
I move to extend.
Okay.
I'll go through this really quick. They mentioned most of everything that, she mentioned most everything that was changed. Hardwood floors were put in there to replace the carpet. The front porch, replaced the texture-coated siding, replaced every window. It might not look like it, but every window was replaced. Some of them were at different times, I believe. My timeline's not totally clear on it. But I know that they replaced all the front windows and the doors at the same time. The vinyls were all done differently at a different time. The white vinyl ones on the sides and the back. They put a new roof, solar water heater, patching plaster, falling down because I'm guessing the sinking, the doors are out of whack because of the house settling. So they all have to be cut down occasionally, not that often, but every 5, 10 years. I've had to go in there and readjust them. And about me and its impact, I'm a 59-year-old construction worker. I have modest means. Your decision is going to impact me huge. It'll make a big difference in my life. I don't think me and my brothers are in any position to fix up the house to a sellable condition, or if we were to sell it as is, it would be a massive financial hit to me. Me personally, my brother, I know one other brother of mine really needs this house to sell for as much as we can get for it. And I have mixed feelings. That house has so many great memories, and I need to, I have no choice. I need to have this taken off the registry. We need to sell it for as much as we can. I don't mean to make it all about money, but I'm in a difficult situation. Retirement is going to be a challenge for me. As much as I've saved over the years, it's cost of living these days. I'm in a bind. So I appreciate your time. Appreciate you hearing me out.
Thanks so much.
Can I ask a question?
I have a question.
Question.
Yeah.
Was the family ever aware of the survey?
No.
No.
It was my dad, when he passed away, he covered every single base. He had everything figured out. It was laid out for us so that there was no question. But that was one thing he didn't know. He had no clue about it. Neither did any of us.
All the other houses in that neighborhood are like the tall and skinnies.
Mm-hmm.
When did they start appearing? Do you remember?
Those have been going on for as long as I can remember. The 80s.
Right.
I mean, we had a house next door that was about the same size lot, and it was just torn down as soon as they had a fire, I think, for a while. Yeah, there was a fire in there. They fixed it up, then they tore it down.
Would you say that that development happened pretty fast? There was,
yeah,
those houses popped up?
There wasn't any questions about it. It went up. I think there's 2 properties on the north side of the house now that replaced one. I think most of what I mentioned, she mentioned most of the only thing I would counter was that fireplace on the north side was never there originally. It was in the center of the house. Even though we weren't living there, there was a chamber where it went up and there was some bricks. But that was put up about the same time as maybe earlier. I'm not,
So
again, I was really young and I don't really.
The picture of the fireplace is not really that old of a fireplace?
No, that's
okay.
one we
it looked
put up.
older
In fact, I put the bricks on there with my father.
Okay.
The little brick veneer. Bricks,
yeah,
not
it looks like it was,
yeah.
a little old.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
So I want to engage in some out-of-the-box thinking, which I want to know if you're amenable to it, and then I want to hear from the city. What if you were able to donate the actual structure and it got moved off to the city, and it got moved off of the property, and then ended up in the third pad of Dominguez Park, which was set up originally to have a historic home there. And then the city would be the one who could split the cost between your seller, you, because you're going to have to pay a cost for demolition. And you're going to, again, I think you're going to have to go to Hermosa Beach, and then turn it into a visual art center for the community, because we do need one of those. But would you guys be amenable to at least donate to the city if the cities can accommodate you on that?
I personally, again, I have 3 brothers that this is all comes down to. The decision-making plus the trustee, I can't speak for them. I mean, I'm open to anything that everybody agrees on. That as long as all parties involved here agree on it, then I'm okay with whatever. I really am. I have a lot of mixed feelings. That house was a lot, I've lived there 40 years, and I have a lot of great memories. It breaks my heart to see it go, to be honest with you. But I really don't have a choice. I'm in a tough spot. I'm nearing the end of my usefulness in construction because of my age, you know. So that question that you asked, though, I'd have to refer to my brothers and the trustee and the buyer, I suppose. You know, I'd have to really work it out between everybody.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Sorry
Appreciate
for
it.
your loss as well.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
I did want to point one thing out. You're good. Thank you so much. I did want to point one thing out in terms of extending time. We need to clarify the amount of time, and then we need to go to a vote before we continue the speaker. I think, no, I just clarifying it for the commission. Okay.
I think if the speaker is still speaking, but if we're asking questions.
No. But we made a motion to
Yeah.
extend while the speaker's 3 minutes were over, and we didn't vote on it.
We didn't vote on it.
And there was
Got
no
it.
time specified on it. So just procedurally, we need to define that.
Noted.
Do we have any other speakers that wish to address this item? Okay.
Thank you.
What's the highest? Good evening, Public Amenities Commission. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. My name is Josh Mata. I'm the real estate broker representing the Drake family. I'm not here just as a broker, but as someone who's listened closely to their stories, struggles, and hopes of this family, and I feel the responsibility to help share their truth. The home has been in the Drake family since 1970s. It's where four brothers grew up, where their parents built their lives, and where their memories of love, hard work, and family milestones were made. I'd like to make it clear, while it is meaningful to them as their childhood home, it is not and has not been a true example of historical home. This historical designation currently is in place on inaccurate information and was possibly placed on the list by a drive-by designation without notifying the owner. It currently lists the home as a craftsman style with 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, when the current house has 5 bedrooms, 2 baths. The structure has been heavily altered long before and after the city's designation. If you walk by the home today, you would not see a preserved historical craftsman home. You would see a structure that has been heavily altered with quite a bit of deferred maintenance and an unsafe settling foundation. The human impact, as you heard from Dave, on keeping this designation is immense. This is not about a developer's dream chasing profit. It's about 4 brothers, now in their 60s, who have lost their father and inherited this property. For them, the proceeds are not a sale, not a bonus. This is their safety net and their future that their parents worked a lifetime to create. Some of the brothers have no retirement, no savings, no investments, and are facing real day-to-day hardships. If this designation stands, the value of the property will drop tremendously. The family could also be forced to make costly renovations just to comply with preservation standards that attempt to protect features that aren't even original to the home. In this scenario, this would not be just a financial setback, but a life-changing blow for the Drake family. Additionally, I believe that removing the designation is in the city's best interest. Without it, the property could sell at a fair market price and will likely be redeveloped to 3 single-family homes, bringing new families into the neighborhood, increasing the housing supply, and raising the tax basis. That would be a win for the city and the community. I'm asking you tonight to both see the facts and the family behind this decision. This is not about erasing history, it's about telling it accurately. The home's true story is one of change and adaptation over a century, not one of untouched preservation. Now this decision will determine whether a grieving family can move forward with hope and security, or whether they will carry a
That is
financial
time.
burden
That's time.
shadow for the rest of
Extend
their
the time
lives.
by 2 minutes.
On behalf of the Drake family, I respectfully ask you to remove the historical
One
designation.
second. I'm sorry, 1 second. We have to make the motion if we get to time. You said, what, 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
I would make a substitute motion, say 1 minute.
Okay.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
On behalf of the Drake family, I respectfully ask you to remove the historical designation. Doing so will not only correct an error, it will help a family in need and serve the best interests of the city and the community. Thank you for your time, your understanding, and your compassion.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. Dear members of the Redondo Beach Public Amenities Commission, first and foremost, thank you for the privilege of being able to be here tonight and speak with you on the behalf of our late friend, Jack Drake. My name is Edward Moore. I live at 1313 Clark Lane, just around the corner of the former home of Jack Drake at 1224 Harper, who passed away in January of this year. I would like to share a small but brief statement about our friend Jack and why I believe the historical designation should be lifted. I have lived in the Golden Hills neighborhood since 2017. During the waning days of the COVID-19 pandemic, during walks around the neighborhood, we got to know Jack. Jack would often sit out on his porch or be seated at his computer in the front office, hard at work, working on a nonfiction novel or a short story. Jack would wave hi to us. He would strike up a conversation. He quickly became friends with my wife, Beatrice, myself, and our 2 young children, Helena and Matthias. Both of our children loved nothing more but to visit Jack and sit with him on his porch, listen to him talk, and share laughter and jokes. Getting to call Jack my friend was an immense privilege. He would often come to visit on Sunday mornings on short notice, bearing ham and cheese croissants, small toy or two for my kids. The price he exacted for these visits was nothing more than 1 to 3 cups of fresh black coffee and a few rounds of Uno and some laughs. Oftentimes, he would go to breakfast at local diners where Jack would act stubborn, refuse to split the bill, and would always insist on paying. Jack was much more than a neighbor. He was very much a proxy grandfather for my children. From conversations with Jack's friends and loved ones after his passing, it was clear that Jack also cherished his time with us and our children. As I heard story after story about how much he would talk about the 2 kids who lived around the corner, I believe he thought of them as his proxy grandchildren as well. I wanted to share that context so you might understand why I'm taking the time to be here with you tonight. To lend my voice and support to Jack's family in this difficult time is the least I can do to pay homage to Jack and to honor the memory of his kindness, generosity, and sincerity. Regarding the property at 1224 Harper, in the past 8 years, I've seen many teardowns and new homes built in this neighborhood. I believe the historical designation of Jack's property represents a potential overreach when other properties mere blocks away can be completely torn down to the dirt only for new construction to be put in its place. Why do certain property owners get to reap the financial benefits of the hyper-competitive South Bay real estate market, but the Drake family must bear the burden of an arbitrary financial penalty at a time when they need it the most? I'm hopeful that the Public Amenities Commission will exercise fairness and discernment in consideration of these statements, along with letters of support and signatures from neighbors and friends who have endorsed the lifting of the historical designation, so that the property may be sold at a fair market value and that the city of Redondo Beach might allow Jack's loved ones to move on with their lives. Again, please accept my heartfelt thanks to all of you for your time and attention to pay tribute to my friend Jack and for the privilege of being able to speak before you this evening. Thank you. Perfect. May I ask for permission to also read a letter from a neighbor? It's much shorter than mine.
All right, we'll make the motion to extend 1 minute.
Thank you very much.
Wait 1 second. Do we have a second? All in favor? Aye. Please continue.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Addressed to the city of Redondo Beach, dated August 6, 2025. This is regarding 1224 Harper Avenue. My name is Janet Reynolds. I live at 1315 Clark Lane, Redondo Beach, which is in close proximity to the above referenced address. I am writing this letter to state that I have no objections to the consideration of exemption declaration and certificate of appropriateness application for the demolition of a single-family structure located on a property listed to the historical resources inventory. The neighborhood and houses are not historical, and they should not be subject to limitations because of that classification. Hopefully, this can be changed in a timely manner. Thank you, Janet Reynolds, 1315 Clark Lane. I have copies of the letter from my neighbor, and I'd be happy to furnish them to the members of the commission.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course, sir.
Okay, so you're my neighbor.
Oh.
I walk by that house a lot. It's one of my favorites to pass along the way. There is really, we're taking up another one in a little bit that's about a block and a half away. And there's one other one, I believe it's 1218 Harper, that's the other historical one on the list. There's not going to be any historical homes basically in that part of North Redondo. And you may have seen, they're going away really fast. All the old structures, all the single floor bungalows are just completely disappearing, mostly for 2 on a lots or tall and skinnies. This one's 3 on a lot. Do you see an instance where you would be supportive of a historic structure staying there?
At this point, I would defer to the wishes of the family and to the wishes of Adam, who's the executor of the estate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you again.
Hi, good evening. My name is Christopher Drake. I'm one of the 4 Drake boys that grew up in this house. I wanted to clarify a couple of things based on your questions earlier. The street right out in front of the house, the dotted line down the middle of the road is the border between Redondo and Hermosa. So yes, we are possibly connected to Hermosa in some way, sewers and whatnot. Also, as far as the community, the surrounding areas, we moved in the 70s. There were a lot of older structures surrounding us, and they slowly, as you said, have been torn down and replaced with what we call shoeboxes, which are just very tall, thin buildings. They're all new. We watched them all be erected just over the course of the years of living there. And I think where the craftsman designation came from was the house directly to the north of this one, of ours, was a craftsman. And as my brother mentioned, there was a fire. They fixed it and then eventually tore it down and put up 2 shoeboxes. I think that happened in the 80s. So I think that might be where the craftsman designation was applied to the house. Personally, I had seen nothing in it that was at all craftsman ever. From what I understand from Mrs. Miller, who owned it before us, it started out as a much smaller building with an outdoor staircase that was eventually added upstairs rooms, and then it was expanded more and more and more, to the point that, as she mentioned, there's really nothing left of it that is of any historical value, just based on the fixings. So to move it, to your idea of moving it to Dominguez Park, I don't know. It is a historical building in the sense that it's old, but I don't think it provides anything historical to society, to our community, about the past of Redondo. And I don't think that would be evident to anybody who's visiting the house in the park. So it's still an option, obviously, but it would have to be looked into. But I can't see it really being worthwhile or being a good idea. So I just wanted to share that with you as far as the changes that have occurred to the house over the years. We have pictures of the house from the 40s where it looks essentially the same, and thus never looked like a craftsman. So anyway, that's what I want to say. I just want to clarify a couple of things.
That is time.
Thank you.
Another question. If you get your demolition permit, when do you anticipate demolishing it by?
I don't know that detail personally. My understanding is that it would be relatively quick, that it would not be, we wouldn't be sitting on it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you have a question?
No.
You can ask him.
No, that's okay.
Are there any more speakers on this property? Oh. There is John Drake is on Zoom.
Hi, hello, you guys got me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to, I've heard a lot of really good arguments for against the historical designation, so I won't take up any time. I did submit a letter, so you're welcome to read the details of that. I wanted only to add my name to the financial needs that we have at our house, and that my father's intent for the house to help us secure our retirement and our old age. This is something, just to underscore the human effect, this is something we really need. And I'm hoping you'll take the details of the historical designation into account and deny it based on that, as well as the human factor that I'm presenting. So I thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
And there is one other person on Zoom. Adam Canella.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, good evening, members of the council. My name is Adam Canella. I am the godson of Jack Drake, and I am the trustee of my late godfather's estate. I am a Redondo Union alumni, and I grew up on 11th Place, which is perpendicular to Harper. My duty as trustee is to honor and fulfill his explicit wishes. My godfather was never informed that his property had been given a historic designation before he passed away. The historic designation currently in place does not align with his vision, his intentions, or his rights as the property's owner during his lifetime. By keeping this designation, we are effectively going against the clear and documented wishes of the man who dedicated his entire life to maintaining this property. I respectfully ask that the council remove the historic designation so that I may fulfill my legal and moral responsibility to carry out his will as he intended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any more?
There are 7 comments, and they are all in support of the demolition.
Are we able to get copies of these comments? Because they weren't part of the blue folder.
E-comments are generally submitted online. They're available for anyone from the public to view, but we generally don't read them or officially submit them separately to commission.
But the commissioners can't see it, but there's
They can
comments
see them online. They're available on the agenda.
on the agenda. So if I push the
Well,
agenda.
if you go where the agendas are listed, there's a link to e-comments. They're all fully listed there with the times that they were submitted, and those are available to review by anyone.
In our past commission, we decided together if we wanted to have those read during the commission meeting or not. So I don't know if that's something we want to think about moving forward.
I have them with me. I mean, so it's, if you want me to read them, I can.
It's up to you guys.
They're all in favor?
They are all in favor.
I think we're okay. Okay.
I just wanted to clarify one thing, though, because there's a difference between being a designated historic landmark and being on the list of historic resources. Those are 2 different things. So this house has not been designated as a landmark. So that's one thing that everybody should know. So it is just on the list of potential historic resources. It has not been designated.
If there's no other speakers, do we have a motion to close the public hearing and then begin discussing?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Commissioner Caldwell, would you like to go first?
You know, I think that this, better than anything else, highlights the fact that if the city wants to, I think, do what's right in our community and preserve our community, they have to make investments. And I know I've sat on the Preservation Commission for a long time. We've talked about it through questions and comments, but it is appalling that the city is asking community members to sit up here and make these decisions, and yet the city's not willing to do an adequate survey. You're putting not just residents and I would say community, I don't want to say activists, but active people in our community. You're asking us to sit here and make these decisions, which each person here has agreed to do, and yet the city's not willing to invest in a survey. I think the Preservation Commission has asked on numerous occasions. I think that the members of the Preservation Commission prior to this configuration, we all had little areas of expertise, and I was very proud of the decisions that we made, but I can tell you that we had some people on the commission that knew a lot more than others. And so you had people to kind of lean on, and we all had our little areas of expertise. We had, I think, a very active commission in actually attending city council meetings and imploring the city council to invest in a survey. And here we are talking about an issue that might have been resolved if we had have done that. Because I look at this property and I don't know that it would meet the qualifications of the current status that it has. I look at the balcony at the front, and we've made decisions on numerous occasions as to whether that would disqualify a property or whether we would allow a modification to an existing historic site. And I know that, at least in my time on the commission, we would have never allowed a historic building to add a balcony such as that. And again, going back to my previous commission members, and again, relying on their areas of expertise, especially when it comes to architecture, the windows would have never been allowed. Never. When you just look at the front side of the property and you look at the window and then you look at the historic view of what those windows look like, we would have just never allowed it. And so I think that it's upsetting that the city, in my opinion, has, and not through the, I don't want the current city council members to think that I'm blaming them. This is something that we've asked for a long time. I don't even remember how long I've been on this commission. It's been a long time. I think they allowed me to exceed my time on here. But I think we are all in a difficult situation because we do not have an adequate survey. And it was good to even be reminded about how old that survey was. So again, I'll say it, the city, if they want to pursue preservation, which I think we all do, and I think most people in Redondo do, we need to invest in an adequate survey. With that in mind, and keeping in mind with my my comments about the home, I don't want to lose it. I do recognize the position of the family members, and I do agree with the resolution A But for those commission members that don't, I understand, because I do think that the city, for whatever reason, has put us in a situation where we do not have an adequate survey, and this property has been flagged some time ago as to the historic nature or potential nature in the city of Redondo Beach. I think if we had a current survey, I don't think it would. So that's where I'm at right now would be, I believe, because we've kind of gone back and forth, that a resolution of a Public Amenities Commission approving the removal of a property at Harper Avenue from the potentially historic resources inventory. That's where I'm at.
Thank you. Commissioner Morocco?
I do agree with Commissioner Caldwell that this could have been resolved with a more recent survey, but what I find appalling even more is that the people that are on the survey haven't been notified by the city that they are on the survey. And I would hope that you would be able to go out after this meeting and within a short period of time, send a notice to everybody that's on the list saying, hey, you've been flagged on the survey. This is a B-rated one. So it probably, as you've indicated, Commissioner Caldwell, probably would have been downgraded. And I do feel, I understand the family's needs to sell it and take care of it. I view this still as this is a number 4. If we get rid of it and we get rid of the next one that's on the list today, we are basically running out of things in North Redondo. This is one of the few that predated the annexation. So I'm hopeful for one of two things. One, that we can explore the donating the structure. They can sell the land. They're going to have to demolish it if we do grant that anyway, so they're going to be spending money. It's an easy drive from the house down Aviation to PCH and up on 190th to move it to the pad. So that's what I'm hoping that we can do today. I also think that this may be a good property to bring the issue of the survey to the head with the council. And I assume that if we deny and vote down all the motions, that they will be an appeal to the council, and this can be flushed out with the council as far as when will they authorize a survey? Because that's been on, as Commissioner Caldwell said, for a very long time, and it's still not percolating up to where they're going to actually do the survey. So I'm at a mixed point. I want to hear the rest of the viewpoints of the people on this dais, but I enjoy walking by this house. I think it's a valuable thing, and I think it still has some resource in it to become like a public art center in the city.
Thank you. Commissioner Lang?
So I just want to say that these topics I take very seriously. I really believe in the value of these older homes, especially ones that, are over 110 years old. I think in this discussion, I've been disappointed with how we're categorizing some of the architecture in Redondo that was built over 110 years ago. We're really trying to label it as valuable by calling it craftsman or I think Queen Anne. I think in one of these reports you called it vernacular with craftsman elements. And these kinds of hybrids are really important in these. They were middle class and working neighborhoods. And it's not considered a high style, but it's representative of Redondo's early residential fabric. And there's actually a lot of these small bungalows all around town. And if we start trying to label them as craftsmen or Queen Anne, and they're not able to fit into these categories, that doesn't automatically make them less valuable. And that seems to be a point that comes up again and again in these reports. So I'm dissatisfied with that being one of the reasons why this house is no longer valuable, I guess, to the community, especially because we've had discussions in this commission before about what a home looks like after some additions. So a home came to us and they have a contract, a mills contract, and they want to do a few alterations to expand the property. And in our discussions, they say, well, if you can remove that addition or alteration, does the house retain the same character and massing and I guess recognizable features? And I'm looking at this home and I do see that the massing has remained, and it looks like the placement of the windows on the side of the house are the same, not the wraparounds. But so I guess I'm struggling with the reasoning behind taking off these homes off of this historical resource list. I also have a design background, and I grew up in a home in a historic district, and it was just sold as well, and it was incredibly difficult. But I also know that in that neighborhood, it was a historical neighborhood. They're all these bungalows, and they're not forced into one categorization, and they're still seen as very valuable. So anyway, those are my comments.
Commissioner Rowe?
So I'm in favor of removing the historical designation. I view this house as beyond the point of no return. It would be an incredible $1 million renovation to get this thing livable, in my opinion. I don't think the family should be burdened with that. So if the city could give them $1 million, great. Otherwise, let them do as they wish.
Thank you. Commissioner Glassy?
So we have a few issues. I think Commissioner Caldwell and Commissioner Morocco spoke to them. I have a concern as well as far as notification to all the people on the list of potential historic resources. Whether or not somebody was notified, there should be proof somewhere, right? That's the only way that we can say, they've been notified. I mean, someone can say I wasn't notified, but the only way we know that is if there's record from the city that there's an email that has gone out, some sort of notification in writing, perhaps. So that's number one. So I would hope that we take this as an opportunity very expeditiously to send out notifications to all the homes that are on this list, because this will happen again, undoubtedly. Second of all, I have a concern that that the city didn't do its job. They allowed changes to occur without having done their homework. That's a concern for me as well, and that's something that has to be rectified. It happened way before your time, so that's not your fault, but I'm just saying let's not let that happen again, right? So when people come and they are looking for a permit to put new siding, put new windows, redo something in a home, the first thing that needs to happen, especially for a home that's clearly of a particular age, that we need to reference that list. That's the second thing. Did I hear correctly that in demolishing this home that 3 family homes are going to be built on the property? 3 family homes?
Yes, it's a triple one.
So that to me is, there's a question there, right? A CEQA question, how is that going to impact CEQA, right? So we're going to have 3 family homes, more cars. Children in the school system have nothing to do with CEQA, but there is an impact. There's an impact to the community. There's an impact to the neighbors. So it's not that in taking down this one home that everything's going to, just be better. We're going to put 3 homes there. So we're going to impact parking. We're going to impact people in the neighborhood and children in the school district, right? So there's those considerations. It makes me, I'm disappointed that all of the information that needed to be in that report was not in the report. And I thank Commissioner Morocco once again for having done his homework and told us about the people that live there. That said, well, it's not a Queen Anne house. It's not a Craftsman house. That is actually a cape, what's considered a cape, a salt box. How do I know? I lived in one growing up. So I know that style. I don't know where the cape, the Craftsman designation came from. That to me is a mystery. To move the house, that is something that's going to take time and a lot of money. So my question is then, are enough of the architectural elements still remaining, the original architectural elements still remaining that are going to warrant that kind of expense for the city and the homeowner? Because the windows and doors are no longer there. So are we intending to return the structure to its original look and try to find, salvage wood to replace, to redo those windows and those openings, take off the porches? So if we're going to do that, then maybe. But I don't see this as something that the city would want to engage in if we're missing all these architectural elements. It's a shame because I would hate to see this structure torn down for a number of reasons, not just for that. I also want to make sure that we as a body, as much as I feel for the family, I have to make sure that when I make my decision, I make it based on our requirements. Is this structure, does it still, do all the things still apply architecturally, historically? So I have to remove the emotional component out of it. I cannot make a decision based on emotions. And those are my points. You're on.
I think this one kind of puts under the spotlight a lot of issues, kind of just for this one case. And it's unfortunate because the survey I'm looking at the list of all the houses, the 1,024 houses. If I'm a Redondo Beach resident, I would Google that list. As a matter of fact, what I Googled was Redondo Beach Historical Survey list, and it's right there. It's the first one that comes up. And the fact that I believe the deceased gentleman that he did not know, for whatever reason, he lived there for 40 years, that after owning the house for all these years, for this to happen to the family is tragic. And, that based, looking at the survey, it's like every house from the 200 block to the 700 or 800 block in South Redondo is on this list, some form. And then in North Redondo, there's a good bit as well. And the drive-by seems like that is accurate because it doesn't, the AB, what's an A, B, C, or D? What's the significance of each of these? And I don't see that type of house you just called the Cape Cod or the Cape. That's not really in scanning any of these names. Everything's a bungalow or Craftsman. So yeah, there's a lot going on here. I take the city report from staff very as a guidance here of the city's looked at the legal aspects of what's recommended. When they make a recommendation, I take that as to mean what it says. That's their job to advise us. I'm not an expert. I'm from the Recs and Park Commission. Now I'm trying to be the good citizen and interpret all this as well as all of us are. But I think for sure it's the survey idea didn't work. I mean, you have 1,000 houses on there, and I would imagine this commission is going to get more submissions to get their house off of that list if this becomes more known. And I hope it does become more known. I hope people do find out about this. Anybody on this list, I would gladly find my neighbors and let them know they're on this list. Because if they don't believe their house is significant, and if there's been changes, then I would start the process to get off the list, because I wouldn't want anybody to be in the situation that the family is in here. And so on that regard, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me add that I agree with Ron's suggestion about moving the house. That's the ideal. If we can move the house in the next 60 days and get it in a better spot. That's why I'm saying it's not going to work. But that's the best idea, to preserve the house and get it nice and pretty again. Thank you, Ron.
I just have a couple points. I have one question to staff. I remember from a previous meeting that when we got an overview of the locations of potentially historic homes or designated homes, the majority of them were in South Redondo, right? I believe that was conveyed to this
correct,
commission.
yes.
So I think, would you say that this is consistent as not a known location for historic homes within the city of Redondo Beach?
I would say it's consistent with that, since the majority are in South Redondo.
All right. Okay. I'll keep this brief as well. I think most of the commissioners highlighted a bunch of my initial points. I think the most glaring one being obviously, that this potential historic property list is way overdue. But just as we are utilizing the city's recommendation at that time to consider this as a historic property, the city has now taken a look at this specific property on that list and has reversed their course in determining that that was potentially historic, right? So of that 1,024, there is one that the city has done a subsequent review of and said, hey, this might not be, which is this property particularly.
That's correct. So this is an eligibility list that flags the properties to warrant additional review, professional review, and that's what occurred in this case. It doesn't automatically deem the property historic. Correct. The fact that it's listed, even though the code includes sections that seem to treat it that way, which is a bit of a conflict, but it's really intended to flag properties for further study.
Correct. So my point is that we're talking about that there needs to be a drastic update to that list. This is part of the update. Is this one city review of this particular property, correct?
It is. It gets updated based on these actions. I don't think we have two tonight. There are not a lot of these that come through, but the list does get updated as the actions are taken. The city council did fund for a updated survey, which we're going to be taking on over the next year. And anyway, I won't go into a broader discussion, but just answering your question.
Right. My point is that we're calling for an update to this list, right? And by reviewing this one particular property, that is updating this one property on that list, right? This needs to be kind of throughout the entirety of that list as a long-term project, but as it pertains to this property, it was subsequently reviewed. The city's position is that this should not have qualified to be on that list, right? So
does the city make that judgment, or is it outside?
Well, it's based on the evidence from the professional report that was submitted. That's the evidence in favor of removing it.
Right.
What evidence is there in favor of it being historic? You would weigh those two in making your decision.
Right. I'll be very honest. I think that as we're hearing, the city's position, as we're listening to, and just this is my perspective, again, I would agree with the rest of the commissioners in saying that we need to either notify, people that are on this list or properties that are on this list. and, have a project eventually to update that list. It should be current. It shouldn't be 30 years old, right? Also just listening to, what certain speakers are saying, if I'm reviewing this, I'm in favor for resolution A. I don't know if we should put somebody through a financial situation who's in a financial bind to, say that, hey, we need this to be, transplanted, or we need this. I mean, if the city's position is that, hey, we did subsequent review, you've provided us, like, I don't know who's saying to keep it on this list or who's saying to make it subject to that. I get it. Everybody has different perspectives on it, but I just personally I don't see the need. If the city is not hindering the wishes of the family has a point. The city is saying that, hey, we've updated this one property that was on that list, right? Like we're going off of the original determination that this was a potentially historic, right, property. Certain people you might want to keep it, but you've reviewed the property subsequent to that. And so I would also agree that we rely heavily on what the city's determination is. We can question it. That's, part of our job as an advisory commission. We can question certain things, but I personally think that, I would be in favor of resolution A.
Can I ask one more question about this drive-by survey?
Sure.
So is that drive-by survey performed by an employee of the city who's qualified to make those observations and designations? Or is it an outside?
It was an outside historic architectural firm that did it.
Okay. So then if we hired them to do this again, would we accept their survey at face value, or would we go back and check every house where?
So it would be a similar situation. It's a survey. It flags the potentially historic. If somebody were want to demolish it or modify it, then it would we would require an additional study to evaluate that. But it flags it for further study.
Can I answer the question that Commissioner Galassi and Rowe asked regarding the remodeling of and moving it? So if you go to the Morrell House right now, you will see a property that's in much worse shape. That was in much worse shape when they moved it and relocated from Catalina Avenue. So it can be done. PCH is wide enough. 190th is wide enough. There's not many electric cables to go down the hill from Harper. It's like 4 or 5 houses up the hill, so you can make it there with relatively little cost and effort.
Well, it wasn't really that, Commissioner Morocco. It was more, we would have to restore the house to some sort of.
That's what they did with the Morrell House. They had a whole SharePoint thing, ShareFest thing where they restored the whole house, inside and out.
How much was that?
I don't know. It was 1988.
I mean.
All I was saying with my comment was maybe we can explore it, because it may turn out that because Dominguez Park is on a city dump, that it may not be the same current conditions, and the city may have come up with something else, but there is a need for a visual arts center, and this house, based on the pictures on the interior, would make a very good choice.
I agree with that.
If we had a better process in place, we would have picked up on that, and we could have had that recommendation be part of the steps. That's a possibility. But at this juncture for this situation, I don't think it's realistic to pursue at this time. I think with this going to the city and getting money, and I can imagine how much that would cost and whatnot. However, I think going forward, if there's a list of options for people in this situation, if they could donate the house and make it happen, I'm all for it.
And that saves the family money too if they donate the house.
I mean, they're not. Is there any way to get an estimate as to what it would take to move that house, and to see if the city would even? We would have to go to the council with that.
Yes,
we would have to vote on that as a recommendation.
It'd still be up to the community development director as staff to figure out whether he wants to propose that or not, or if it's even feasible. So, and the estimate would have to be something in RFP, but at the same time, you have costs of demolition that's going to be done by the purchaser. That can be rolled into their contribution to the process. I know it's probably more expensive to jack up a house and move it than it is to demolish it, although nobody's bothered to investigate the Hermosa Beach interest in the property, because it may be valuable to Hermosa as a historic piece as well.
What would be the motion then?
I defer to Commissioner Caldwell, but.
Well, I would say that we're kind of discussing options that I think are good, but I don't know that we have any say in this matter.
I would agree with that.
I think that if a commissioner wanted to pursue that route, the only option available to them tonight would be to motion to either table it and try to work it out, vote no on resolution A if there's a motion there, and or vote no on resolution A or B, leaving the owners at a state right now where they cannot demolish the building, and therefore they would have to look for either somebody to buy the existing structure, which could be the city, or work out a deal for the city to buy the structure and move it. But I don't see or think that we have any say in what they do with that structure, even if you find that it doesn't meet, the requirements of resolution A or resolution B. And we have another item, and I'm not trying to rush this because actually I think this shows the dedication of all of the commissioners here of wanting to do the right thing, and maybe the need for the city to really provide some resources here. Not to keep saying that, but I think that those are the decisions that we have here. If there's a support for the resolution A, I think there might be. But if there's not and it fails, then you'd go to B if somebody wanted to grant them that option, again, to demolish the structure. But if the commission feels uncomfortable, collectively, that neither of those are met, then the answer is no and no. And then the owners, of course, have to look at all of their options, which may or may not be to sell it to the city or allow the city to move it. I don't know that we can force that upon them.
And
That was why I was asking you what the motion would be then.
But maybe Mr. Weiner can answer the question. If both motions are defeated, is there an appeal process of the city council? When do you think that would come up for the city council? Because
there is an appeal process, and it would likely be within the next couple of months. It would be heard if the applicant chooses to appeal.
Mr. Chair. And again, I'm not trying to shorten this, so maybe I'll make a motion, and then if we want to discuss that, I would recommend a motion to adopt resolution of the Public Amenities Commission of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the removal of property at 1224 Harper Avenue from the potential historic resources inventory pursuant to Chapter 4, Title 10 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code.
I'll second that.
all in favor? Aye.
No.
Aye.
No.
So pass 4-3. Okay.
Want to make your second motion?
Hmm?
Want to make your second motion?
I don't know that we need to make.
No, it passed. No, it
Resolution.
passed, yeah.
You would have had to make an alternate motion before the vote was called.
If that would have failed, then we could have entertained a motion for resolution B.
And good luck to the family.
Substitute motion. That's what it
Thank you.
Good luck to you guys. Thank you. All right, moving on to item J1, a public hearing considering a CEQA exemption declaration and certificate of appropriateness application for the demolition of a potentially historic single-family residential structure and separate consideration of removal from the potential historic resources list at 1811 Clark Lane pursuant to Chapter 4, Title 10 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code. Can we make a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good evening, my name is Steven. I'll be presenting this item tonight at 1811 Clark Lane. The subject property at 1811 Clark Lane is in the North Redondo Beach area of the city and is currently zoned R2 low-density multifamily residential. The single-family dwelling unit is 850 square feet and a one-story bungalow on a 8,250 square foot parcel. The applicant is requesting removal of the property from the potential historic resources list, and if that request is denied, then a separate request for a certificate of appropriateness for demolition is being requested. The property at 1811 Clark Lane is located within North Redondo Beach, specifically in the Redondo Villa tract, recorded originally in 1905. It is positioned in a residential neighborhood that has significantly evolved since its initial subdivision. The property was never significantly associated with historic persons, events, or agriculture, or the broader historical development patterns of North Redondo Beach. Surrounding development over time has further altered the historic setting, introducing modern multifamily residential homes that contrast significantly with the original modest single-family homes in the area. Though originally classified as a craftsman cottage in the 1996 Historic Resource Survey, a comprehensive analysis done by Chen Kaplan in May 2025 has found that the building lacks significant craftsman architectural features. This evaluation highlighted alterations including non-original aluminum siding windows, later adding a scalloped edging, attached shutters, and features that do not align with the craftsman or any historic architectural style. The home's design does not align with the key characteristics of a craftsman-style home. While it has clapboard siding and some exposed rafters, its features such as the scallop trim and non-original aluminum sliding windows, attached shutters, and decorative edging are not consistent with authentic detailing of a craftsman architecture. The symmetrical front facade with centered door and modern windows further departs from the typical handcrafted, asymmetrical, and natural material focus of this style. Other elements, including the varied window sizes, placement driven by interior layout rather than architectural intent, and the plain rectangular form of both the house and the garage, lack the intentional proportions and craftsmanship seen in a true craftsman design. Overall, the alterations and original construction details do not reflect the defining features of the style. The Chen Kaplan report found the property in question meets none of the criteria for landmarking. It is not linked to significant events or persons, lacks defining craftsman features, was not designed by a master architect, is not a local landmark, and has been altered extensively so that it no longer conveys its original historic value. The building's integrity is compromised in all 7 aspects of the National Register. These 7 are location, design, the setting, workmanship, materials, feeling, and association, leaving no historic elements to preserve. With regards to the second resolution, the criteria for certificate of appropriateness, the commission shall issue a certificate of appropriateness only if it determines the following conditions to exist as applicable for each case. In the case for this project at 1811 Clark Lane, the project is applicable for the required findings for C and E. C asks whether the removal of the structure to another site is feasible. Moving the structure is not practical based on cost, the scale, and the destruction of the integrity of the home to move the home. Criteria E determines that such action will not result in a loss of essential elements that make the resource significant. The existing property lacks character-defining craftsman features such as non-original alterations, is not linked to any significant persons, events, or architectural achievements, and does not meet the current local, state, or national historic design criteria. These are the 2 resolutions before you tonight. The first action is to fully remove the property from the potential historic resource list based on the evidence that was provided by the Chen Kaplan report. If the commission approves this resolution, then no further action is required. If the commission denies the request to delist, then it must consider the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness for demolition based on the request by the applicant. This concludes staff presentation tonight. Kaplan Chen Kaplan is not available for comment, but the property owners are here for questions, and so is staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Caldwell?
I don't have any questions, no.
Does any commissioner have questions for staff?
I did read the report provided by Kaplan Chen Kaplan, I think. And I'm wondering, I saw that you pulled some of their verbiage from their report. So is it typical for the city to include that content from the third, I don't know if it would be considered a third party firm or report in your report? Or do you guys typically put together your own report?
It is typical for us to take the testimony of the third-party consultant. It's outlined in the zoning code that we heavily rely on the report given. For the purposes of delisting, the report is the key thing that we rely on.
So I can address that further. It is typical for staff to summarize professional reports. If it were an engineering report, we would summarize the findings of that. Staff would not opine on typically on the accuracy of the engineering calculations. Same would apply to a biological report or other professional reports. We would work with the professional typically offline if there's questions about their report, and making sure that it's clear and they've addressed all the potential issues that we think would be important to a decision.
Mm-hmm. So when we're talking about like architectural style, like we've talked about subjective versus objective, and this, it feels very different than an engineering report, which is based on proven principles of, I don't know, physics or whatever they use to come up. So I'm wondering, you know, because we did talk a little bit, and this is maybe just a general question so that I can understand better why we're making these decisions, and if it's based on the information provided by a company that was hired by the owners because they would like to demolish the house. Sometimes I feel like maybe that information is skewed, you know, a little in one direction. So I'm just want to make sure that if the recommendation is to move forward with the demolition, the information or that the staff used to make that recommendation isn't solely based on the report provided by this company that was hired by the owner who has an incentive to knock down the house.
So the process in our city is the applicant hires the consultant. And there are industry standards. They sign off on these, and there are standards to it. That said, some cities have a requirement that the applicant has to submit a deposit and the city hires the professional to prepare a report. That's something we could look at moving forward. That way it's more objective. I would say with this particular one, and I think, you know, in terms of working with the consultant on these reports, staff will question it if something looks out of place. I think with this one, for this particular residence, and the other one too, there was significant evidence in there, and there's nothing that really called out that would make staff question this as to why this property should be historic. And remember, if you go by state criteria, National Register criteria, a building's not historic just because it's old. There's certain standards for that. And it needs to possess high artistic value. Trying to remember reading here to see. Represent the work of an important creative individual. Like there are standards beyond 50 years.
But there's a list of criteria, right? And you don't have to hit every single one. That's what I understand.
You mean the state criteria?
Yeah, well, isn't there federal criteria and state criteria and then city criteria?
There's city criteria, and the state and the national use the same. Well, it's primarily the state, but in the area of architecture, that's where it gives the reference to what I was just stating.
Okay, so, and then also, like, in this report, it said that extensive alterations have happened to the exterior. They put on trim and shutters. So I guess those are the types of things that are, for me, make me feel like we just cut and paste it a little bit, because that doesn't seem like a real representation. I'm not going to bat and saying that this property is absolutely, in my opinion, worth saving. But what I am saying is, like, moving through this process, I want to understand these things, and these things do matter. And then my other question is, say someone with a home in this style came to this commission and said, this house has significant value. It's been here since 1925. I want this to be a historic landmark. Would we say, no, actually, it doesn't have value just because it's old? Or do you think that we could dig up a bunch of history on it and say, actually, like, this is really valuable. It's representative of the first tracts of housing in Redondo, and they served really important like living quarters for the oil workers who were in this area. So I guess maybe I'm going off on a tangent, but this is kind of how my brain works in terms of these things.
Yeah, I would say the standard for voluntary listing, the threshold is lower. Okay. Typically, we do list a building if it's older. The code actually provides criteria for listing, which is separate from mandating. And it's more general. So we are usually more accepting of older buildings. The criteria for mandating that it be historic it's a higher threshold. And really the main benchmark would be that state criteria, since the code, it doesn't really provide a lot of guidance on how to do these evaluations. It has a paragraph and it says to get a written documentation. So that's why, and I mentioned this during my presentation earlier, in these evaluations that you're seeing, they are referring to the state criteria, because that is kind of the industry standard for how the properties are rated when deciding if they're historic.
Okay.
Can I follow up on the questions that Commissioner Lang had? So what seems to be pulling off what's in the evaluation report, and I've seen a number of reports by this company, so I know that they know what they're doing with it, but I just went online and found out that there were two properties there, 1811 and 1811 and a half. The McPherson's lived at the half, so I'm willing to offer my services doing research for you guys on historical stuff, but it seems like this report, more than the other one, is a complete whitewash of this property in relation to the community. It talks about generalized terms of Redondo Beach, and it would have been nice for the staff in making its recommendation to look at some of the stuff. The list of prior occupants, again, the census is available and easy to access. And they describe some of the occupations and some of the residences. So I'm hoping that when the city, and not so much on the demolition, but when they do present on why it should be historical in relation to people, that there be more effort put into establishing who the people are. What I think is different about this property than anything I've seen in recent history, and Commissioner Caldwell goes back much further than me on this. This is an A-rated property. It's very rare that we get something, and I think the commission, when you were way back when, gets an A-rated property to demolish. And that's the part I'm not understanding in the city's recommendation, is why does an A-rated property need to be destroyed?
So it's based on the professional report. If you took the reverse of that, what would be staff's basis for stating that this property should be historic?
I don't know if the staff did enough research to come
We
to
don't
that
do
conclusion.
but we don't just do broad research. It's actually based on information in the historic context statement. If it's not identified in there as being important or being something of value, that's the legal document for supporting determinations that an individual was historically important. It's not just based on, because all these properties have history. They have someone that lived there, that lived in the city. It's not based on opinions. That's why it's important when the council adopts these documents that we're really capturing what we think is very important to the history, and that's the basis for determining if it's historic.
So you may want to look at a 1905 property that was destroyed that was what should have been known as the Burdett House, but it was called Eventide. And that's one that sits in the back of my mind, especially in the last discussion. Somebody didn't do their work on it. And so the property ended up getting a demolition permit, and what ended up being a historic property got destroyed. It probably would have at some point anyway, because it was on the Esplanade, where the values are much better. But I get concerned when I see demolition permits where it really doesn't dive into what the significance of the property is. This property has made it from the 1920s to today. So there must have been something good. I know that one of the owner's family members was a contractor, so I know that that probably went into tender love of care of the inside of the house. But I think I get the same thing from what Commissioner Lang's saying. You can throw these reports the other way around and try to make them historic landmarks.
I think if you're evaluating it based on the state criteria, it would be hard to make that, it would be challenging to make that case. But a case could be made for anything, kind of like in law. But I hear what you're saying about this as like a broader topic. And that's why I informed the commission earlier, there is a policy discussion that's going to occur with the city council. Ultimately, they're the policy decision-making body for the city. And if the council is going to be given the opportunity to weigh in on this and decide whether it wants to go more strongly in the direction of mandating historic preservation or make it more voluntary, as it currently is.
So voting this down would put the issue squarely in front of the council.
I would review the application based on its merits, not on thinking about the possibility of getting it in front of the council, because it's going to be the policy is going to be reviewed by the city council as part of the land use element update, which may be occurring as early as September. They reviewed a component of it last week.
Any other questions for staff?
Does the inventory list, did it ever have like an expiration date? Because we're looking at an A rating from at best 1996.
So I referenced that in the presentation, and under the Public Resources Code, there's a statute that indicates that it's a 5-year period that's valid. And then there was a case, like a legal case, it's Fresno versus, sorry, I should remember this, that kind of basically confirmed that it really took a close look at that statute. And
so then why do they have to ask to be off the list if the list is irrelevant and essentially legally useless?
So in the background, there is work with the city attorney's office on that. And the idea is we're going to have, it can't come soon enough in terms of this policy discussion with the city council and where this list stands. But the issue has been kind of pressed lately, and it's, front and center, quite frankly, with this. So hopefully over the next year, as I come back to the commission, we'll have really clear policy direction and interpretation of these codes and standing of the list, and an updated survey potentially too. So,
and to go, I mean, it's frustrating to go through to all the effort that's being put in and to learn and to see all this, the details that are important. And, but at the end of it, it seems like it's kind of all moot. It doesn't, we're going to sit here and have this whole detailed discussion based off outdated, expired, flawed information.
Potentially. That's under review by legal right now.
Right.
And it's,
Well, that's above us.
it's coming to the surface in terms of this issue. And I think between the presentation I gave at the beginning of this meeting and these two applications and what's coming to the council, it's, it's going to get unpacked. And unfortunately tonight, we're not quite 100% unpacked on it yet.
Right.
Right.
Do you guys use the historical inquiry form that was created in 2019? Do you collect that information?
That's something we...
Yeah, we do as a part of the app. I believe we do as a part of the application. I don't have, my computer's dead right now.
It was discussed at the March 2nd, 2022 Preservation Commission meeting, and there's an example of a form. That's a historical inquiry. It seems that would also solve some of your problems.
For this application and the previous application, I was involved extensively with the permit research of it, and the records for both these cases and even this one don't show a lot of great record keeping. So what the applicant did was pull a public records request for the entire property for the history, and there wasn't almost any detail on it in terms of permits or give us historical context.
All right.
Any other questions for staff before we move to the public? Nope. Okay.
Would you like to speak?
Hello, everybody. My name is Ron Seidel. I am the trustee of the estate, the Seidel Family Trust. Came here with a lot of information to throw at you, but based on what I'm hearing, I feel defeated. What I hear from you guys is that there is no process in place for a smooth, streamlined settlement. You're going to end up doing exactly what you did with the last family. My situation is identical to theirs. There are no permits. There was no permit pulled to remodel in 2000. All the work that was done was we bought the house in 60. I'm 65 years old. I've lived there, not lived there, but I'm a member of the family of that home my entire life. We maintained the house. The windows stopped working. We put in new windows. At that time in the 60s and 70s, it was not against regulations. Codes and permits and things have changed immensely in the years that have passed. So the change of the architecture isn't even a conversation because I understand what you're saying. My house is 96 years old. Based on age, it's historical. Based on quality and usability, it can be moved. But you know something? I've been under that house. It's on 4x4s and bricks that hold the floor up. When you walk through the house, you bounce. The whole house is ready to fall down. Not to say that that doesn't still make it historical. It could be moved. At my cost, as my punishment, what I ask you, if without the process, why would I ever buy a house in Redondo that was older than 50 years old, knowing that I can't resell it? The process is flawed from what I've heard. I'm grateful that I've got to hear your training exercise. Very informative, but your statement of who's motivated in the hiring. The people I hired to do the survey was suggested by the city. I came to the city. We did know we were on the historical register. We didn't know what the implications were. There was no statements of what we were against. I came to the city when my mother died and said, my mother's passed, I want to sell, we're on the registry, what do I got to do? They said, petition to get off. I said, how do I do that? They gave me the instructions and I followed everything that was told to do. I've hired a very expensive person to do a historical research. I got comment with your Ferguson statement. We knew that family history. The man and woman that lived in that house separated, stayed on the property. He added the whole back side of the house, no permits. There was an A and a B to the house. When we moved into the house, we broke out and there were 2 kitchens. We tore out a kitchen and made it a bedroom. Things that were done, it was all aesthetic. It wasn't permittable kind of thing. You know, we pulled out a kitchen cabinet and put a bed in place. They were a divorced couple that stayed on the property because of financial responsibilities. So that's not a historical fact or reason. The company we hired went based by the points that the city has laid down of what is historical, and they talked to each of those elements, debunking the validity of what it is. Now, there's 2 sides to every conversation. I believe that house, in a perfect world, would stay. But the entire block has been bulldozed and rebuilt. We're that little shack amongst the high-rises. The house is in really bad shape. The previous family showed pictures of the ball rolling. I mean, but that's apparently not adequate for the historical determination. I'm sorry if I'm coming off aggressive. It's upsetting, as they stated. My mom and dad moved in, we owned the house for 65 of the 96 years that it exists. We did our best to maintain it. Like you said, my brother was not a great contractor, but a contractor. So we drywalled the inside so that the inside was pleasant. The windows, you know, there was things that weren't a permittable thing in the day. I don't know. I would just advocate that I get what you want to do, and I agree with you, but how do I, as a homeowner, get there? The process isn't in place. If they came and said, you're on a historical registry and you can't do this, and this, do I have a chance to sell right then and there and not be part of this? Right now, the policy is I have to opt in. I have to ask to be on the registry. That's not what happened in '86. They drove by and said, look at that place. It's old. It was built in 1927 or 1929.
Pardon me, that is time. That is time.
Any more?
I would move to give him another minute.
I'll second that. All in favor? Aye.
So, I have lost my train of thought. The house is old. We did the best to maintain it, but if somebody were to come in right now and say, is this house worth a house inspection for sale? They would condemn the house. It's not worth anything other than the fact that it's old. But old does not dictate historic. It does, but it doesn't. I guess there's value, and how do you deem value? With that, I thank you, and I appreciate everything you guys do. It's a hard job. It really is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir.
I just want to say thank you for your comments. I can understand that you're frustrated with this process. I won't tell you how I know how frustrating it is, but I do. I will say that I think right now we're looking around Redondo Beach and there's a lot of wonderful older homes.
Agreed.
And you go to other cities that have preserved entire districts and there's a lot of value in that. And so they just reconfigured us. So I'm sorry if you saw a training session, but that's just how it's going to be. And so we want to do our due diligence.
I appreciate that.
And I think we all recognize, we've all been to North Redondo, we understand that there are some small homes with big apartments or 2-on-a-lots or 3-on-a-lots right next door. And, if we would have deemed that a historical district 65 years ago,
then
your home would be sitting in a different space, and its value would come from those protections. Agreed. And so right now we're trying to figure out if there's a path forward that we can designate, preserve what we can.
Agreed.
And that's why we're here.
I found it interesting to find out that there was a tax credit thing if you were historical. I did not know that, and we may have signed up for that and then maintained the house better. We did the best we could.
Your cost basis is probably
Yeah,
from 1960.
it's low.
So
It would be
you know,
beneficial for
My mom
someone,
and dad paid $20,000 for the house.
that would be an
enjoy.
incentive. So,
And we were under Proposition 13.
Sure.
So there was never permits pulled for anything because we made a point of not exceeding what the city would demand a permit for. We just wouldn't do it to not violate the tax rate.
so just for like a further bit of
Sorry.
education.
I'm
No,
sorry.
no, it's okay. So if someone were to buy your house now, they could benefit from the mills. It
I
wouldn't
had
really
put
be
the house
you,
out,
but yeah.
and everybody has rejected it based on the historical registry. I have been told time and time and time again, they won't touch it. There is a woman on the block that wants the house because my property is the biggest property on the entire block. Everybody wants it. When they found out what the restrictions were on a historical registry house, they walked away.
Because they want to build, they want to
No, they
demolish
were
it.
going to leave the house and modify. They were going to leave the facade of the house, come to you and apply for modifications.
But that, they should have come to one of those
When
meetings.
they went to an architect and the architect told them the cost, they were going to, we wanted $1 million for the house. They were going to need $2 million to do the modification because the foundation doesn't exist. There isn't a foundation. It's on bricks and piers. This house, like the previous family said, which didn't seem to hold weight, is that you show it as an 800 square foot house. It's a 1,200 foot square house. There are 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. It's not what the city thinks is there. But the permit was never established in the city of Redondo Beach. It was brought in through what you mentioned earlier. This is a historical term for, I don't know, rolling it in. When the city didn't really exist. The report that my gentleman produced gave a lot of history. It was very informative and extremely entertaining. But
good pictures.
Yeah, well, that's my home.
No, I'm talking about the aerial picture.
Oh, yeah, no, and I don't know how he did that, but whatever. So, any other questions? I'm sorry, I really am sorry that I'm feeling so agitated. It's frustrating because I felt like I was doing everything the city requested of me and felt optimistic that I was going down the right path.
You are.
Well, we're just asking the questions
No,
that we
and I
should
understand.
ask.
It just, this is hard. I mean, I felt bad for the family before me that was so emotional, and now I'm getting emotional. So I apologize.
You're okay. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers in the audience that wish to speak on this item? No?
There are no e-comments or attendees for this item.
Okay. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. All right. Should we begin discussing amongst ourselves? Commissioner Caldwell, would you like to go?
I don't have much to say. I think I've said everything that needs to be said tonight. Just one last time. I think that preservation is extremely important to the city of Redondo Beach. To the residents, I think the city council, I think past city council, I think past leaders. I don't think that staff has the resources that they need. I clearly don't think that the city has the resources or has dedicated the resources to prioritizing preservation. The hearing today, both of them, I would expect the word to spread. I've been on this commission for quite some time, and this is, I don't know, maybe there's a handful of similar items. I don't think 2 as bad as these 2. I would expect word to swirl through our city, and we're going to get a lot of people coming because they're going to learn that they're on that list, and they're going to have questions. And so I think the city should do the right thing and do the necessary outreach to inform them of what it means to be on that registry, what it means to the limitations. And quite frankly, I think the opportunity Because as the commissioner said, if they realize that there are those tax benefits, perhaps they take advantage of those, perhaps they invest in those properties, perhaps they maintain them in a different way, and we don't have these tough decisions for our city. So that concludes my remarks.
Commissioner Morocco.
So you don't have to worry about this one, but to make your property different than the last one is about 15 years. And there are a lot of properties that came about post-annexation. Yours is one of them. So there is an apples to orange comparison on it. What makes your property unique is it came in with an A grade. And I have never seen an A grade.
A drive-by, and because of the columns, those columns are beautiful.
I walk by your house more times than you know already. And I used to see your mother on her exercise bike out in front. So I appreciate it. Your house is surrounded by those 2 and a lots, and that also is different than the other house. So there are so many houses built in the 1929s that are both in North and South Redondo that if it's not serving its function, I'm not going to have an issue with that. And it's surprising, I'm actually going to vote in favor of this one, but it's got some nice characteristics that I wish I could say we'd preserve, but at the end of the day, it doesn't even fit in the neighborhood anymore as far as that goes. So I'm leaning towards saying go ahead and take it off the list.
So I just have one question. So you're the owner, and do you have plans to demolish it, like imminent plans?
So
Well, I'm just asking because.
My plans are to sell.
Okay.
What the developer does is really, in fact, when it was said demolition scared me because that's not what I want. I want to be able to sell my property and take it off of the list. So I believe the contractor has petitioned the city and submitted plans.
Okay.
And there is 2 units to be built, I believe.
Gotcha. Okay. I was just asking because I wanted to know if this was a standard write-up that, because, you said you think people are going to be coming in and trying to remove their home, but that doesn't mean they're going to want to demolish it. So I just was making sure I understood that those 2 things didn't always come together. So that's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Rowe.
So again, I'm going to lean in favor of removing the historical designation. We've seen neighborhoods that are like 80% older homes. It looks historic. This neighborhood does not look historic. And again, we shouldn't be holding back a family to live their lives.
Thank you. Commissioner Glassy.
I as well would recommend to take the house off the list of historic resources. I would not feel comfortable to vote to demolish. That's just my personal thing. I think your house is lovely. I actually live a block away, so I know your house quite well. I'd like to actually know what's happening on that street with all the, whatever that is that they're doing there with the
properties?
No, all the work that's happening outside. Different story.
What we'd like to do is kind of limit the back and forth, especially since they're not on a microphone. No, it's okay. Thank you.
What did I want to say? Nothing more. That's fine. That's it.
Commissioner McCauley.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. I have the same sentiment as I had with the previous public hearing. I'm in favor of voting on Resolution A, and I'll make the motion to approve Resolution A. And I can read the whole thing. All right, all in favor?
Can I ask for a roll call? I apologize. I think in the last one, I didn't actually know how anybody voted. I know how I voted, and I heard noise, but I just think maybe on these items, just a roll call vote so we can go through. Is that appropriate?
Sure.
Yes.
Commissioner Caldwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Morocco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lang,
Yes.
Commissioner Rowe,
Yes.
Commissioner Galassi,
Yes.
Commissioner McCauley, Chair Youssef Zai.
Yes, it's unanimous. All right, and I'll read it just for formality purposes as well. So we are approving a resolution of the Public Amenities Commission of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the removal of a property at 1811 Clark Lane from the potentially historic resources inventory pursuant to Chapter 4, Title 10 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code. It passed unanimously. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Moving on to item K, items continued from previous agendas. Do we have any items continued from previous agendas?
No.
Okay, moving on to item L, items for discussion prior to action. We have remaining item L3, the Commission Subcommittee Review and Project Update.
I don't, if any of the subcommittees have anything to report, we are still, we understand that the updating code of conduct for council is coming to commission in regards to the commission bylaws, so that's still on hold. I'm sorry to report that, but we're anticipating that soon. But if anyone on any of the subcommittees has anything to report on, now would be the time.
I have one thing.
Yeah, oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So this is on the Bringing History to Community. So Jack Meyer, who's the staff liaison for the historical stuff, I just want to do a shout out to him. He managed to get the National Park Services to authorize us to use 2 of the National Park signs related to the Japanese internment in Ito Park. And so now I have to draft up the 3rd one on the Ito family, which, by the way, the research for today's meeting actually had a crossover to the Ito, so I've actually got more information. So that'll be for Commissioner McCauley to look at as well at some point soon.
And I can report on the Franklin Park Playground Subcommittee. We've had 2 meetings. They were very informative. We are moving towards doing the redesign that we all seem to agree on is a design where all of the units are combined rather than separately, because that will give many more options for the kids to play on. The other thing is the shading on top will be more optimal for the kids, and plus we'll be able to add some perimeter items as well. So we're waiting for that design to come back to look at, and then we can discuss other things such as color and stuff like that. So.
Anyone else? Do we need to make a motion on item L3, or is there any e-comment or anybody?
There are no e-comments.
Okay.
I think that's fine.
Okay. Moving on to item M, items from staff. Staff, any items?
Yeah, I just wanted to say good meeting. I know it was a challenging one, and the Historic Preservation Program has my full attention. I anticipate over the next several months, we're going to get it sorted out and hopefully have a smoother process moving forward.
We got 2 hearings and the training in the same meeting.
Yeah, this was a lot of historic preservation, and I appreciate the thought and the effort, and I know it was challenging for everyone.
Dana, anything from?
I just want to thank Mark and his team, Stephen, for all their hard work tonight. It was their show, and they did a great job, so thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate it. I don't have anything to report specifically other than the director's report, but I do hope you take time to take a look at that. We've got some projects that we're working on, and hopefully come back with a more fleshed out report. The one thing I did want to say is I'm working with staff to roll out the tours again. So we hope to have those available in September. We'll notify you within the next month as far as scheduling time with you individually to give you a tour of the library and our system there. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Excellent.
I have
Thanks
a
so
question
much.
for you. I noticed that in July of this year, you had 4,000 more visits total.
I'll have to take a look at that.
Because that's significant from
Well,
last year, no?
Yeah, we did have, it is hugely significant, and I do credit a lot to our staff, specifically not just our circulation and information staff, but a lot of our programming and outreach staff have done a lot to bring people into the library. So we do want to highlight the fact that the library is still very heavily utilized, and we're looking forward to school starting, or we'll get inundated again. So thank you for noticing.
Yeah, I wanted to make note of that.
Thank you.
And you didn't mention anything about your Open Plus testing, not yet.
Yeah, currently, I think we have approximately half a dozen folks registered in soft launch. That's in operation. We've got signs up in the facility. We're not doing a full-blown notification on it yet because we're still in soft launch mode, but so far it's been successful, and people are able to access the building during those hours for express service. And I've been getting great feedback from staff, so it's still in soft launch mode.
Excellent, thank you. Moving on to item N, commission member items and future commission agenda topics. Commissioner Caldwell?
None.
Commissioner Morocco?
I have 4.
All right.
So one of the things I noticed in the statute is that the city can recommend a historic district. And I would like to agendize a discussion about having the north side of Garnett Street be considered a historic district. As I understand the statute, that would mean that the city would encourage them to participate. The north side, by the way, is the one that they're all historic landmarks anyway. And you probably will be getting an application shortly. So I'd love to be able to agendize that for either the next meeting or whenever the application comes in. So I need a motion to, well, I can make the motion. If I can get a second, that would be great.
I would second that.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. The second thing is I wanted to give you an update on the boat we took last month on the Dewisiac Park. So I took your suggestion. I went to the council, told them I don't know when it's going to make it to your agenda. This is what the commission said that they were doing, that they were interested in having a park named after, and then I gave my own personal reasons for it, which gave me an opportunity to address Councilman Albaji's request for information about General Eaton, which actually turned out to be very fascinating. My boss actually is in the same unit that he was stationed out of in the National Guard. So I just want to tell you, they have at least some historical information, and ultimately, when it does make it to the agenda, then I don't have to show up for that. Okay, the third thing, if you do need help with the quarterly newsletter that's in that plan, I'm happy to help you with that and give some time to put things together, even taking pictures of places. I do walk the neighborhoods and do talk to people, so if you need help with that, I'll volunteer to help you. Just tell me if you do. The last thing is I would like to explore with you the possibility of doing commemorative bricks in the public sidewalk of our historic landmark homes. They get a very big community benefit in the property taxes. The city needs to have some opportunity to publicize. I think somebody mentioned we have the Olympics coming up. Other cities do it, but what I would like to be able to do is talk to you about privately raising the money to do the bricks. So we would get an estimate of how much it would cost to replace one concrete block with a brick, which is a lot less than the bronze plaques and doesn't get stolen as much. But other cities do it, so I'd love to explore that with you as well.
Yeah, so earlier in the meeting, the commission suggested forming a subcommittee at a future meeting with the idea of working on his promotional activities. So maybe that would be the item that agendized would be the formation of the subcommittee, and then the commission could share some of those ideas and kind of kick it off as to what some of the ideas are to promote historic preservation.
Okay.
That's just an idea.
Anything else?
No, that's it, unless you guys want to vote on agendizing that. But
Would you like to?
I'm gonna, I mean, it's up to you. You can make whatever motion you want, but I was gonna make the recommendation that we need to have a conversation about the subcommittees because we still haven't had a discussion on carryover subcommittees from the previous commissions. We kind of established certain ones of importance, so that was gonna be my point.
so do you want to have that as part of that discussion, or?
We're just, it's up to you. You can make the motion if you want, but we're just making recommendations for future topics.
Well, at the future topic, then I would recommend that we agendize having a discussion about publicizing our historic landmarks.
Do we need to make a vote on recommendations too? Because
Well, right. Recommendation is certainly something we can bring back, we can discuss. If you want to make a motion to agendize it, then we'll try to bring it back within a reasonable time period to put it on the agenda for discussion. The one thing I will say is that we do try to work with the departments to have representatives here. It doesn't preclude it from being on the agenda, but we do try to make that possible, so that sometimes can delay discussion.
I'll make the motion to add to a future agenda, obviously giving staff reasonable time to get it on there, about how we promote the historical buildings.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
My only note would be on the agenda, if we could include the names of the commission subcommittees and the members. They're not on this one.
I thought they were on the agenda. On the sheet, they had them.
On what sheet? Where are they?
Can you click on, if you click on,
I just did. There's nothing there.
I saw it when I clicked on it.
Huh. I don't know. Okay, well, if it's on there, but this one doesn't have that.
Your turn.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Rowe?
I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Lassie?
I have a couple of things. Since we're talking about agendizing items, I'm just curious, how are we maintaining this list of things that we're wanting to agendize and following up on? Is there like a Google Doc? Is somebody managing it? How do we know what we've requested?
Minutes review.
I know, but like to go back to, I'm just curious if maybe we should create a Google Doc, a shared Google Doc, where we put these agendized items and then we can all see them and then follow up and see, maybe prioritize them. I don't know. I feel like we do a lot of like agendizing and then we never get to anything. So I think, some things are more timely than others. Like we've had this very important discussion tonight on, the historical resources and the need to communicate with our community better so that they know what's going on with that. And then I'm going to bring up, speaking of communications and agendizing items, I don't know if you're aware that the council voted on, they reviewed and voted on the sound study for Alta Vista. I don't know if you saw that council meeting on Tuesday night. I actually was not even aware that it was on for discussion because I don't know why I didn't look at the agenda, but I didn't. Which brings me to a couple of points that I want to make. Number one, so back in May and even before May, I had requested that this body be informed when that sound study was to occur. And we were told in May that it was going to be happening in July. Well, it actually happened on June 11th, which happened to be the day of our commission meeting. So apparently there were a group of 16 to 20 people that were invited to participate in the sound study. They played pickleball on the courts there. Nobody from this commission was informed, correct? Nobody was contacted and informed that the sound study was occurring or invited to come and witness the sound study. So these people were community members. I had emailed Kelly Orta about this because I was very concerned that we were not informed. And her response to me was that the contractors, the sound study company, recommended that the fewest number of people know about the study. So we are a vetted body. We have taken an oath, we have gone through ethics training, and I am confused by what happened. I believe that one of us, at least one of us, if not all of us, should have been invited to at least witness the sound study taking place, given that it was, under our purview, right? So I just wanted you to know that I'm concerned about that, and that we have to figure out a way to have better communications. I'm grateful that the council voted to move forward. So one of those courts, court number 1, will be converted to 4 pickleball courts with sound abatement curtains installed as well. There were some people who had asked good questions, but the report, which I studied in depth, was very compelling. They had done a very good job. But my larger concern, and that we need to figure out a way how to rectify this, is the communication. So we had that, okay? We had the property on Redondo and North Francisco. That's the SCE property that, now they're allowing us to create a park. Well, I found out about that on Facebook, and I had written a note and I said, oh, so is this going to come to the Public Amenities Commission for us to review? Are you going to send us a report? And the response from our mayor was, I don't know. And then we never heard anything about it. Dominguez Park. Again, I found out on Facebook that there was a hearing. This body was never informed. Shouldn't we have been informed that there was a hearing taking place rather than, finding out about it on Facebook? To me, that was inappropriate. And this update that's happening for land use, and that you brought up tonight, and I hope that we will remain informed on things like this. I take my role here very seriously. I study everything that is sent to me, and I care about my city. I want to do a good job, and beyond that, I think we're all incredibly intelligent people, come from all different backgrounds, and we want to help the city. Our job is to help the council. And I don't feel that we are utilized in the way that we should be utilized. So what's our job here? That is my question. Are we here to rubber stamp things and find out about things after the fact and go, oh, that was great, very nice, thank you. So I just wanted to figure out and agendize how we can get better communications. And, sorry, one last thing. Since we have this Alta Vista now moving forward, I believe that we should have a subcommittee created specifically for that. Discussions around how the reservations will happen, what the open play will look like, what are the best practices, and speaking to all the pickleball ambassadors from our neighboring cities. So we need to have a subcommittee for that.
We did have one. We had a pickleball feasibility committee.
Rec and Parks.
Yeah, and that was really nice. And she shared with us all the updates and things. I will say I did ask about why some park projects do not come to this body, or before it was Rec and Parks. And Kelly shared with me that sometimes the city council doesn't request us to look at park projects that would typically fall under our purview or whatever you want to call it. So, because, yeah, I felt disappointed by that a few times as well.
I would second your motion.
All in favor? So wait, what motion are we seconding?
I would like to motion that we create an Alta Vista subcommittee for the purpose of evaluating pickleball and tennis reservations, open play, best practices, and include, some feedback from pickleball ambassadors from nearby cities. And by the way, we should really, we have a pickleball ambassador. We have several pickleball ambassadors for Redondo Beach. I don't know if you're aware. Dallas Poffenroff, she's a pickleball ambassador for Redondo Beach. We have 3 others. However, I would caution, because they monetize, they teach lessons. And so, I would want to stay away from that, and just make sure that we keep everything sort of kosher. And yeah, so I would recommend that we create a Alta Vista subcommittee.
And who would be on that committee? And then when would you usually have a sunset date?
So we need to have staff member on that committee, no?
Yeah.
Or a representative?
We have to, when you make the motion, we have to determine who's going to be on the committee.
Oh, from us?
From us, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then usually there's a time frame. So you say 6 or 8 months.
Okay.
Or up to a year, I should say.
Agendize it for the next.
I was gonna, I just, because I was saying the same thing to Commissioner Morocco, I think we need to have a collective discussion of all the subcommittees at some point, because when we consolidated, there was like the historic preservation, minor alterations, one we brought over right away, and other ones that, like the pickleball subcommittee that we had on Rec and Parks never came back. So my recommendation was basically to agendize a comprehensive discussion of all these subcommittees where we would afford any commissioner to make a motion at that time to, bring forward a new subcommittee, with the caveat that I think we need the bylaws established prior to that. So that was going to be my member item. So I don't know if you want to, with that being said, if you want to shelve this until that, or if you want to continue with the motion.
Well, here's my question. So so they're going to be moving quickly with Alta Vista. Now that it's approved, there's money there, and the timeline, from what I remember from watching the video, is that they're going to come back with the cost for the sound abatement curtains within 3 to 5 weeks. They're going to approve which ones they're going to use. And then 3 to 5 weeks after that, they're going to be resurfacing the tennis courts and doing the pickleball courts. So things are going to move fast now. And I want to make sure that we're on top of things rather than being reactive. So we want to put things into place quicker, sooner, and make decisions, be able to make decisions.
So I understand that if we have a subcommittee with a fixed time period, we don't necessarily need a bylaw part to it. So if this is going to be a 6-month time period, then we should be fine agendizing it and having that discussion. Because there's other committees that we're obviously going to be carrying on a lot longer.
Mm-hmm.
And can I was going to leave. I feel horrible. But I was listening to you and it was very compelling. I wanted to stay and listen. And I would feel more comfortable waiting to form a subcommittee, because I have questions now about if the city council has kind of given direction to staff and is moving forward, and perhaps they would prefer, maybe due to expediency or whatnot, to bring it to the city council. I don't know if our subcommittee, I don't want to conflict with what the city council is doing, but maybe that's part of a bigger discussion about what our role is and how we can engage with the city council or assist the city council. So before I would want to vote on a subcommittee, I would like to understand that better.
I think you could probably go to a council meeting on a since it's not going to be on the agenda anymore, and ask them during the 3 minutes, or volunteer during the 3 minutes to, offer your assistance on it, or talk to your councilman. I mean, he's not unreasonable.
No, I know. He's pretty reasonable. I think it's a necessary subcommittee. This is not like we're talking about best practices. I love my pickleball players, but we need to put things. We need to make decisions and provide some feedback on guidelines based on what they're doing in all the other pickleball parks in the surrounding towns, because they have, they have particular rules for open play and for reservations. And that's another thing we need to look at is our reservation system.
Well, I'm wondering if that's something that could be set, like a one-on-one conversation with Kelly, instead of forming a subcommission, just having a conversation with her and see where they're at with it, if they need assistance, if they have any ideas.
I don't know that they're going to go out to other communities and get this information. That's my...
You could bring it to them.
Which is what I would like for us to do.
Right.
Okay. So are we going to vote to, or do you want to continue with your motion? You want to give it to a vote, or do you want to, are you okay with?
Yeah, I would like to continue with the vote, with the motion.
I second it, so.
With which,
To create a,
right, which
create a
members?
subcommittee, and we can do it for a period of time, 6 months.
We need a minimum of 3, 2?
But you can agendize it too.
Yeah, so you can agendize a discussion and, yeah, I mean, that's fine. The thing I was just going to add was that many times items come before the commission as directed by council. Sometimes staff will bring them forth for advisement, and certainly commission is welcome to, go on their own and make recommendations based on, either these discussions that we have here or subcommittees that bring back to the general commission. But those are generally the 3 ways. And, certainly, things might move on with or without a recommendation, unless we've been directed by council to get that sort of input. I do think that there is certainly something to be said for consulting with staff. I'm not the point person on pickleball or parks at all, but if you feel passionate about forming the subcommittee, all we would need to do is make a motion, assign the members, and put a timeline on it. So that's certainly.
Well, in creating the subcommittee, then we're ensured that that those of us who are serving on that subcommittee, who have knowledge of pickleball and best practices and reservation systems and open play.
I would just, so Kelly was our staff liaison so I got to know her well, and she's really good at communication. And my only concern is that being on the Franklin Park subcommittee and other subcommittees, she has to work really hard to find a slot that works for her and 3 other people or 2 other people, and it feels like that really delays things. And so I'm concerned that the information that you probably already have is not going to get in front of her in time.
Yeah.
And decisions are going to be made. And so I would say that based on my experience with the city is putting what information you have on best practices in front of them sooner than forming a subcommittee, voting on it, meeting, et cetera, would probably be more valuable, more quickly, I guess.
Especially if there's time, like you're saying, they're moving quickly. I was on that commission too, and I think there's gonna be a lot of work overload on the Rec and Parks liaison, and I think it's gonna get lost in the time frame that you're describing personally, but that's just, again, it's the motion. You can make the motion.
So how do I ensure that Like I am more of a, more people together, more minds at work are better. More information is better. And I just want to make sure that we're not left out of this process, which is what is happening. And I want to ensure that
I agree with you on those other things. On this particular topic, I think that they've engaged so much with the community already, and I wouldn't be surprised if they already have an idea of what they're going to do. So there was a pickleball feasibility study, and I think within that study there was some sort of surveys of groups.
Public input.
Yeah, public input. And so I think that they probably already have some ideas, and I think that throwing them in there immediately would be the best way to have input. But I still agree. I agree with you. I was disappointed that there was park plans that went ahead and they didn't include us. So those other topics you brought up, I agree with.
So if you want to continue the motion, who wants to be on the subcommittee, and then we can put it to a vote? Anybody wants to be on the subcommittee? And
Pickleball? No, I don't understand pickleball. I mean, she's asking for someone who's capably knowledgeable of
we're not saying
pickleball.
play pickleball, we're saying
I know.
knowledge of pickleball.
Well, I don't.
For what's
That's what
best.
she wants. So I'm
Fair enough, fair enough.
That's difficult to join a committee when you don't have anything to contribute.
Fair enough.
I'm happy to contact my council person with your concerns as well and find out when our next council district meeting is, so that if you want to attend and participate and communicate with her. I would also suggest me setting up a meeting with Elizabeth, who's the community services manager, and express your concerns. She's been pretty reasonable in the past, and I think you should at least explore that.
So we still have the vote. So Commissioner McCauley, do you want to be on the pickleball subcommittee?
I'll pass.
Okay. So are we able to establish a subcommittee with one member?
Yes, well, yeah, we've done that before.
Yeah. Okay.
Then you don't have to worry about the Brown Act.
Yeah, and you don't have to coordinate anyone else's schedule.
All right. All in favor to establish the pickleball subcommittee with the descriptions of duties as stated previously, and to have Commissioner Glossi as the single member of the subcommittee? All in favor?
We set up a time limit on it before?
Aye.
Did she
Oh,
set
for not
6
to
months?
not to exceed 6 months. Okay. Do we have a second?
I'd like to, oh, I thought there was a second.
There was a second.
Who was the second?
I think it was you, weren't it?
I don't know. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Does anybody want to second that
I'll
motion?
second.
Whoever speaks up first.
Commissioner
Yes,
Lang?
I'll second.
All right. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll abstain.
Okay. Commissioner McCauley, any? And really quickly, the only thing that I was going to say is I know we discussed really briefly about coming back with the bylaws. I know that's been a holdup for quite some time. I know sometimes we get lost in bureaucracy as it pertains to that, but we do need to have a comprehensive discussion about all existing subcommittees, scheduling. We're going months and multiple meetings without having discussions between staff, and we know, there's budget season, different times of the year that are leveraging city staff more than others, but we're going quite a bit of, and I personally don't like to have subcommittees that are either not, making progress active. We either need to sunset those subcommittees or we need to have some traction with that. And again, when we consolidated this, there was some urgent ones that we had to carry over, the minor alteration subcommittee. So we understood the importance of continuing that, but I think it's kind of due time. Like Commissioner Morocco, I think, has made some mentions about establishing subcommittee. There was mention tonight about the possibility. I think we should probably agendize one discussion item, and just, if we have recommendations, once we get the agenda packet, we'll bring whatever ideas, descriptions, who wants to be a part of it, and just knock that out. So I would like to probably see that in the next couple of meetings if possible. And that's it. Moving on to item O, adjournment.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Want public comment on that?
Thanks, everyone.